Cool place to hang out on a Saturday night right here with all the cool kids at Woodbine Mohawk Park, situated in picturesque Campbellville, Ontario, getting set to rock your racing worlds with a terrific looking Saturday program. 10 in total tonight. Simulcasting action from all over North America. The eyes and ears of harness racing will be on the Meadowlands. They've got a stakes-filled Saturday night card. We'll be pumping in all the action for you. Lots of bonus coverage. Fast track here tonight, as is the case in East Rutherford, New Jersey. 28 Celsius, hot and not quite as humid as it's been, but we had a lot of rain in the last few days. Pretty decent night out there. Wind not going to be a factor, coming in from the southwest at about 7 kilometers per hour. Program change information is our next order of business. We start in the first. $100,000 guaranteed pool early pick 5 starts there. No changes in that first race. Second race is clear as well. Turn 2 tonight's third. Shoeing change. 2 Glenboro aluminum, 2 steel up front. Fourth race kicks off the early pick 4. No changes there. In the fifth race, 2 Goober Smack, a shoeing change, aluminum, 2 steel up front. Equipment change, blind bridle, 2 blinkers. Sixth kicks off the late pick 5. It goes as programmed. Seventh race starts the late pick 4. Scratch lame, take out 5 Griff. The 6 Ways and Means, all around shoeing change, steel to aluminum. No changes in our 8th race. 9th race, no changes in that preferred. And race number 10 with a $202,000 carryover for the jackpot high 5 wager. Best of luck if you're playing along. No changes in race 10. Coming up next, it's your Saturday edition of Woodbine Racing Live. Enjoy.
Campbell is still the best. 19 in a row. Campbell.
Out over the wire. Harmony Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Cup 25, Canada's horse. Sun reach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
They're up and placing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Can't fight, it's gotta be us.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Well, good Saturday evening, everybody. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park as Ken Middleton has started the introductions. We've got a great-looking night out there. It's hot, but it's dry. Track's going to be perfect, and we're ready to go because we've got a great-looking card here, and then out of town, obviously, Meadowlands is absolutely stacked with what they've got. It's just a great Saturday.
Stacked with Canadian horses.
It is.
And Canadian drivers. We just watched one Canadian driver.
James McDonald starting his night, hunting for chrome at 48-1, paying over $29 to win. So not a bad start to the night for him. I know he hopes things get just better, but you know yourself, it's pretty important to get off to a good start, isn't it?
It is. On these big nights there, if you can start off your night really, really good, it just seems like you can just roll right through anything, and everything's going your way. Can kind of sort of work the other way too. If things start out bad, then sometimes that's a bad omen. But I obviously James, his driving style suits that track too. Maybe not as much now as years past, because before you wouldn't see too many horses cutting miles at the Meadowlands, but now it's quite common. Racing up on front. Before, it seemed like he always had to kind of come from off the pace. His style would have worked really, really well then, but it still will.
It's a real North American feel for that card tonight because obviously the U.S. have got their monsters, but the Canadians have got their monsters, and it's just a real good mix. And it's not just the pace. I mean, a lot of other races that are going to lead into some bigger ones coming up, most notably the Hambletonian, and we've got a watchful eye on a certain horse down there tonight, too.
Do we ever? Yeah, can't wait to see a certain Father Patrick of Mark Etzel's start his, I guess you would call, obviously he's already been a winner in the stakes with the good times, but I'm, step forward, go down to a strange track and do this
Waters
whole
are deeper
thing over.
tonight.
Yeah, and then have to make sure that you're that good a week or two from now,
Yep.
you know, for the Hamiltonian. So, you know, really interested to see how he stacks up against TCI.
Yeah, his race, I believe, is race number 6 for the Stanley Dancer. Carl goes in the first division in race number 4. But a ton of stakes action. We're going to do our best to prevent you from having to even change your channel. Just keep it right on here, and we'll get you caught up, obviously, with our product that you can watch and wager on through HPIBet.com, and then bring in as many of those big races from East Rutherford, New Jersey as we can. Their main event, of course, is the Meadowlands Pace for the Glamour Boys. Eliminations took place last week, and we kind of want to relive them because we don't mind seeing this.
No.
Because, again, locally, and we still haven't figured out when the last time was that, you know, so many of the top horses are top ones from right here, right?
I don't remember anything like this before, you know. I mean, I would have to say when Robinson had the 3-year-old year of Mach 3, Art Major, Royal Majesty, Dream Fair Vogel, Red River Hanover, they were all 3-year-olds the same year.
Yeah, that's wild.
He was pretty dominant too, but they weren't all Canadian-owned, you know, and we've seen a lot of these Canadian-owned horses down here.
So that was the first elimination, and two vastly different elims, because the first one, very tepid fractions for that group, and it was basically a sprint in the stretch. That legendary Hanover was able to win. Nobody was really hard pressed in there. Here we had a bunch of lead changes, and just when you think Nijinsky's maybe going to throw in the towel, no, he says, oh, you know what, I got more.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you know, I mean, you have that big Fun Time Bayama roll up alongside of you like that, and then just, you know, pull away from him. I mean, I have not seen any flaws on Nijinsky since he started racing this season. I don't know if you have, but I have not seen one.
No, he has just been incredible, and tough to argue against him being the top 3-year-old right now, but I still have a similar feel for this Meadowlands Pace final as I did for the NA Cup, where I view it as 4 or 5 legit win candidates yet again. So much is going to come down to Trip here tonight. So when you look at this and how they stacked up, the elim winners are 3 and 6. For post positions, and then we see how the others have drawn. Fun Time Bayama with his big effort. Second start, Andrew Harris. I hear a lot of people saying they expect him to be even better here tonight, which we very well could see. He's from the 2-hole Mirage Hanover. I'm not sure cutting the miles his thing. I think he's a better chaser. He's got the 4-hole in there, you know, captain's quarters. Now, for anybody that didn't hear the news, we kind of read through HRU, and we're hearing some whispers as well. He had an eventful week leading up to the eliminations, because I believe it was back here before he shipped.
Yeah.
He kicked through the grate in his stall.
Yeah, the bars.
Yeah, and ripped it out, and in the process did some superficial damage to his foot, which obviously made him, you know, not 100% sound.
Well, the biggest thing is, though, is that he couldn't get any fitness into him.
Right.
You know,
so he's behind.
He couldn't get him trained up, and I mean that's the number one thing you want to do when you go in, especially because Captain's Quarter's been lightly raced. All year. Like, he hasn't had a lot of starts to fall back on. He doesn't even really have a ton of starts to fall back on last year because he was more or less shut down after the Metro. You know what I mean? So, like, he didn't race a ton of starts last year either. So, I mean, I think that Herb was really needing that fitness into him, missing all the time since after the North American Cup, and it just didn't work out. This week, it seems like everything's more of a go. You know, he's happy with the way things are. So, worst case scenario out of it, maybe he raced a little bit short last week, but all that's going to do is make him fresher for this week.
Problem is, he's got the 9-hole. And it's tough in a race where there's going to be a lot of movement, but he's a great horse. Herb, you know, he predicted that he was about 70% in the elim. He's predicting he'll be more like 90% tonight. So, I mean, he was 52 and change on the back half, being 70%. He is a great horse. We'll just see what kind of a trip Jody can work out, but it's going to be fun. Given the conditions there, it looks like it's fantastic. That first race went quick. This is an even deeper bunch. I'd be shocked if they don't go 46 in the piece.
I mean, you know, you would have to think that the way that they are right now, that the 46 area is well within reach, you know. Biggest thing is all going to boil down to, though, is that what's going to happen 20 steps out of the gate. That is going to be the whole tell of it.
That's the
right
key to the
there.
race right there?
I think so,
Okay.
yeah, because you got so many nice horses down on the inside, and especially Fun Time Bayama. Like, he cannot take the chance of being pinched. I think that where he lines up beside Nijinsky, I mean, the perfect scenario is that you float, let Nijinsky drop down in front of you and use him for your cover to pull yourself into the race. But sometimes when you plan it too much, you're going to have those horses coming down from the outside. Louis could change his mind, shoot forward. Louis could go backwards, and then you're kind of stuck in no man's land. So I think that Dexter's in a real unique position with Funtime Bayama having that much power and having the inside of them all. I think he can more or less formulate his trip on what they're doing, and he can even actually maybe force a few horses to take back or look for different trips as opposed to what they were looking for out of there. Either way, the big thing with Captain's Quarters is that somehow or another Jody's got to be able to get him, keep him close enough, but not get involved in, an outside crazy kind of a trip. And you're going to have horses coming from the outside.
Yep.
He's got the 9. I don't really see the 10 horse leaving out of there.
No,
I don't see
Captain
him,
Luke.
But I see Captain Luke. I see
Captain
Captain
Albano.
Albano. I see, obviously, James is pressing forward.
Legendary.
Gem Quality picks up Yannick Gingras. I think Yannick's going to go to the back and with the 5 hole. I don't see that either. I think he's coming out of there too. So I think the first 20 steps out of the gate, that's going to be the,
Who wins?
I'm going to go Captain's Quarters
'Kay.
because I think that we didn't see the best of him last week. Maybe with another week, he's back to normal. And I'm going to go Captain's Quarters because I also think, too, of all those real top horses in there, if he wins, he's going to pay the biggest ticket.
Yeah, I mean, my heart is wishing for a couple of locals in there, but I ended up to be a bit different. Captain Albano is where I went. He had issues in the lane last week. Not sure exactly what happened, whether he was locked on a line or what. But I mean, at one point, it looked like he was maybe going to run right into a full-on break. But once he got back into gear the final 16th, he started moving forward at those two good ones again on the end of it. And it's Noel Daly. I just know that he's going to have him ready to roll tonight. But as Randy says, and we've talked about, trip is going to be so important. So excited about that.
Match.
Yeah, excited about that. Not just the Meadowlands Pace, but all the great stakes on the undercard as well. Tonight here, we've got a solid 10-pack. What are some of the keys that stand out to you?
Well, we got an Ontario Sire Stake Gold mid-season final for 3-year-old trotting colts coming up. We're going to be seeing, horses like Willow Time, and unfortunately, Griff won't be with us tonight. He's scratched sick. That really makes a huge difference in that race. But I actually didn't go with either one of those two there. I'm going to go with Ways and Means in that race. We'll talk about that later. Second key to the card tonight, I think, is the Preferred in race 9 as a very competitive field. I'm not going to say it's the deepest field that we've ever seen, but sometimes when you have a Taurasi in there, he just gets to the front, does things his own way. I don't really see that in this 6-horse field. I think there's going to be lots of movement, lots of racing in this Preferred tonight. So I would have to say that too, and you see this horse finishing it off here right now. That's Which Way to the Beach, and he's going for 4 wins in a row tonight.
How good is he right now?
He is amazingly good, and he draws the rail to boot, so he's going to be tough. And you know something, Chad? I would say, to me, even though I've got it ranked 3rd, to me, the biggest key to this card is that we are going to see a lot of different drivers driving more horses tonight than what we normally would see. Jody's out of town, Louis out of town, J-Mac's out of town. So there's 3. And Bob's out of town. So there's 4 guys there that really take the majority of the power. Well, that power is going to have to be spread around tonight there. So I think that this is a huge opportunity for other guys that, maybe have to sit up in the room while these other guys are driving. Now they're going to get that opportunity to maybe put in a big night themselves.
Case in point, Thursday night, 10 races. Bob, Jody, and James ended up winning 8 of the 10 races. Tyler Jones winning the other 2.
Yeah.
So that's just what they can do. I agree with you. I love that last point. And what I find more times than not is you throw in some drivers getting more opportunities here tonight that they normally wouldn't have, and driving some different horses. You just start to see tends to be a lot of action. It's going to be fun, especially in those golds.
And it's fun. And the other thing is that sometimes on these nights, it will give that stranger kind of a driver that opportunity, and they will run with it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's the big thing, is they will run with the ball. And I'm hoping that I see one of these guys that, maybe only drives 3 or 4 races a night, have a big night, set themselves up to go through a big season.
That's an overview of the night. You ready to get to work?
Let's go.
All right, let's get down to business here. We've got a lot of replays, so we're going to roll right through this. Try and keep up if you can. Race 1. To kick off the $100,000 guaranteed early pick 5, we've got a field of 8 in here. I've been watching, some money move around, and there's been some money put in, taken out. So I don't know if somebody's messing around right now, just kind of fluctuating. Because Pulled Spirit a few moments ago was a race favorite. Now he doesn't have really anything in the win column. Chain Gang is the favorite, and I believe he will go off as the race favorite in here.
I agree with you. I put him up on top too.
Yep.
I don't usually use a horse that's coming in off of a qualifier and hasn't raced in a couple of months, but coming out of the Gallucci barn and with the talent that this guy possesses there, I'm willing to give it a chance on this guy. I thought that the qualifier that we're going to show here, he's going to take a lot of support tonight, so I thought it was a good thing that we take a look at this qualifier of his. I mean, wow, look at the last 3 quarters that this guy strung together, Chad. I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. Around the 120 range,
That's
last,
moving.
Yeah, last quarter in 25 and 4, overall mile of 51 and 3. He looks good coming off the back. I think that was the biggest part with him is that I've noticed a couple of times with him, sometimes when he sets sail, he's really tough to beat. When they race him from off, sometimes it seems like he's not quite his own self, but here he sat in the 2-hole good. They went lots up in front with It's a Love Thing, and Chain Gang was able to get the job done. I got to think that he's coming into this race with great fitness. He's going to be my top pick.
And everybody else's top pick in here. So expect a short price. I'm sure Gallucci and George Millar are just hoping this guy's back, because I'm sure they've got high hopes, try to get him back into the provincial program, in the near future. Already missing the NA Cup Stakes engagement. So playing some catch up, but there's some big money in the back half of the year as well that he could have an opportunity for. I think what speaks volumes here too is that Trevor Henry, who has been very committed to Wikipedia, opts for Chain Gang in this spot here tonight. So I think that speaks volumes.
I think it speaks huge volumes, and it actually, again, is back to what we were talking about, though. It affords Travis Cullen an opportunity to drive a live horse like Wikipedia.
100%. And how many times we've seen Travis be very good, picking up these catch drives.
Very good. Yeah, Johnny on the spot, he is.
Yes, sir. Over to race number 2, we head next. 5 and under on the pace. Nominators at 2, or 30,000 life. Group of 8 in here. Lakers Bank is the morning line favorite. He's going to get a lot of play. He's off of this, key troubled trip. I remember he got bet down as the favorite, and he probably wins the race if Doug McNair, who oddly enough is driving him here now tonight, with James out of town, opens the inside.
Well, he opened it. Just not quite far enough.
He teased it. Yeah. Dougie dangled the carrot a little bit.
He did.
To James. James thought he could have an opportunity. We've seen Dougie do that many times, but he'll never open it fully.
No.
If he can keep it shut, he'll keep it shut.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he has no choice, the horse is locked on the left line, and we see him do this. And it's a good move. It's a good move because it can take away that horse's momentum that you're scared of on your back. He's not doing it on purpose, but what he's doing is he's letting the horse more or less do his own sort of thing. So he will drift a little bit down the lane. He'll, maybe all of a sudden there'll be 2 feet and the driver's thinking he's going to keep drifting. They'll take a shot at it. Boom. The door closes. He's got the guy exactly where he wants him, So he does it all the time. I think it's a great, great move that he pulls off. And we obviously would have seen that with Lakers Bank. It looked like he was the horse with the momentum.
Yeah, well, we're going to show him in a moment. Let's first, though, look at the Vicar, because since coming here from the East Coast, he's been perfect in 3 starts. He did win his test here on June 25th. This is the one you're going to spotlight, Randy. And although it was a much easier bunch than he faces here tonight, he throttled them.
Oh, absolutely throttled him. It's a good thing that, there wasn't any tougher ones in there, because I think he would have beat them too. Now he's going for 4 in a row. He's bookended this win here that we're looking at with 2 wins at Georgian as well. Both of them in good times. Look at the last one there. He rattles off 4 sub-29 quarters, overall mile of 53 and 1. Look at the body language on Tyler.
Passenger.
He's definitely one of the most surprising 3-year-olds that I've seen, just kind of show up out of nowhere with that kind of talent. Good-looking horse, free-legged, lot to like about the Vicar. I'm going to go right back on top with the Vicar.
Yeah, and by art speak too. We haven't seen a ton of them, come out and
pretty well
be
the
dominant.
best one would be the one that Bill McClure had.
Speaker Peace?
Speaker
Yeah.
of Peace would
Yeah.
be one of the better ones, you know.
Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while.
Haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah. So the Vicar's going to be your play of the night. I think, this is a good move on your part because if you're confident that he can handle this jump up, I think you're going to get some value here tonight.
Right, yeah. Well, that's what I'm kind of like hopefully looking for here. I don't know why we got the in good hands with Henry. Tyler Moore is going to be driving him, so I think we made a bit of a mistake there, unless Tyler's given up the drive to Trevor. But anyway, no, Vicar's the way that I'm going to go.
We call him Henry at all?
Yeah, so the Vicar's the way I'm going to go. Lakers Bank, I'm putting it in for second. Where did you go? Did you have a replay to show in here?
Yeah, Lakers Bank. So again, I want to go. So here's Doug turning for home on the lead with Century Komodo, who I was hoping that he would see it through because I picked him on this night.
And he did.
I wasn't as much of a believer as the others in Lakers Bank in the spot, despite the recent good form. But he got bet for a reason. He wins this race if he can get through. And you'll see Doug. There isn't enough room yet. And then he'll come over a little bit here. James starts to move because he thinks, okay, this is going to open. Dougie says,
No.
not there.
No.
Put
No.
on the brakes, son.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at the hold. I mean, James has to take here, right? I mean, he basically had to completely put on the brakes, but he's going right by.
Oh, yeah,
if,
for
if,
sure.
If the inside opens.
Yeah.
So basically, that just showed me that Lakers Bank, a son of all bets off. Again, just getting better and better. Lightly raced, did race at 2, never worse than second. And I know that was a 51-4 effort. This guy's got 51 and maybe sub 51 speed. Right now, I think he can go.
I agree. And the thing with Lakers Bank, too, that's a bit of an advantage, too, is he can take control. He can come on out of there. Vicar, I haven't really seen too much leading speed from the Vicar yet. Kind of going to be dependent on pace, probably, with him. Your horse, he can take matters into his own hands.
I'll tell you who I'm a believer in, Stonebridge Thrill. But he's frustrating because he can roll into breaks. He's, whether you want to call it a little goofy out there or not, I don't know. But he's fast. He is fast. Sylvain gets him. I just think he's got to try and get him around the track clean.
I agree. I think Mick Wicked Time could come up with a big effort, too. Still waiting for that.
Still waiting for that lethal kick.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
that
I want to see the big
kick.
L.
Over to race number 3 is where we head for fillies and mares in here, a group of 7. And we have got another replay to show in here, Huntress, who has been a variety of trips.
Inconsistent.
Right? Yeah, inconsistent. And the trips have been different too.
Inconsistent as well.
You're trying to predict, which one's going to show up. Now, we know that early on when she came back here off that sharp qualifier, she had some unfortunate trips. Right? Little unlucky in that department. Then things started to go all right. But then here, she really caught everybody kind of off guard because she's sweeping from the back. But I want you to keep an eye on her closing up well. And then the one with the pink headband on in the back there, that's Joanne Colville's charge.
Chief's
coming
Dream
from
Girl.
there, Chief's Dream Girl, because what I like about her is how she's moving on the end of this, and I like the approach because she was coming in off a rare subpar effort, which maybe something went amiss. Who knows? She was used pretty hard in that. She's had a lot of races lately, too, where she's been first over, doing a bunch of work. I think it was great that they got that kind of a trip into her, where she got to just save some ground, just to get asked to kind of move forward in the lane here. Wouldn't have taken much out of her. I think she gets back to being a top player. I really like her. I think Jack Moise has done a nice job keeping her in great shape. She's got a good draw. I think she'll be able to follow a good one in here. And I hope Todd Ratchery gets into the winner's circle because I'm going to make her my play of the night.
Nice. Well, I completely agree with you. I throw Chief's Dream Girl in for second. As you can see, I'm just looking to try to maybe take a stab at her with the Huntress. But looks like the Huntress is pretty popular.
She is. And she's going to get play. I figure she'll be the choice. Chief's Dream Girl may be second or third choice in here.
I would say the Chief's Dream Girl would, if you can nail her down here tonight, you're going to get paid well.
I hope you're right. Let's go over to race number 4. Start of the pick 4 on the program. A couple of those on the card. This is for Pacers again. Horses that have started for a purse of $15,000 or less. Jack Panic finally got rewarded with a win because he's had some close trips lately where he's been live on the end of it and didn't have to worry about any kind of a trouble trip in his latest because JD said, we're going to take that out of the equation. We're just going to go down the road. And I remember in Kenny's call too, and I think he just said, Jack was tough tonight. Something along those lines because they came at him inside and outside, and I thought, okay, he's going to get past. No, he just dug in. He refused to lose.
Yeah, no, he's just a horse that's right on his game there right now, too. And I for one, do not believe that him being in front is his best trip there, because there's been a couple of times when JD's brought him down through. If he gets clean air, I mean, this horse would have beat like big horses. I think his trip that he likes is the way that JD normally races him. I think he did what he did last week because he dropped down to the bottom, was 2-1, and I think he took a chance and it worked out for him. I don't see him trying to duplicate the same kind of a trip. Now, I myself am going to go with Ron in here. Now, hear me out on this, Chad.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so July the 1st there, he just kind of puts in what I would call just an average kind of an effort. It wasn't horrible, finished 4th, but just an average kind of an effort. Now, he comes back 5 days later, and there's a shoeing change on him. And James Dean goes to a set of flip-flops on him. So obviously, in my opinion, Friday's looking at sore feet. So we raced him last week the way that we are with flip-flops on. He finishes second, beat a neck. Now, again, that went from July the 1st to July the 6th. That was only a 5-day gap. He didn't have much time to get them feet better other than just going to the flip-flops.
Yep.
Now he's had a week to deal with them. I think that he can be a lot better. I thought this was a good effort. He kept coming forward. Just fell a little bit short, but I think that, another week with those flops on, feet are a little bit better, hopefully. I think that he can come up with a big, big effort in here tonight. So Ron is going to be my top pick.
And although in limited opportunities, when Trevor has driven this horse more times than not, he shows
really
interest.
Well. Yeah.
Right? He just seems to get him activated in there. But look at all the different opinions. And that is, to me, that's the kind of race this is in the 4th. I don't see anybody being a terribly low price. I went the 10-year-old Hale Christian, who's going to make his 3rd start of the year, but he hasn't raced since January. But he's had 2 good qualifiers. And over the years, this guy, he's fared well off the qualifier. I look back, and he's prepped well, and Tyler Jones can bring in some prices, and not that he's going to be any kind of a huge price, but Hale Christian, I like him. HP Liz Shadow didn't get out till late in that last race, too. Yeah. He's another one to look out for in there. So there's a few different opinions.
And another one, too, is I thought that Roll with Joe is really starting to come back into his own form again. I threw him in for second, and Blake's whole barn is starting to race a lot better.
Moving on to the 5th race, quick out-of-town update. James McDonald winning another. He won the 2nd for Tony Alagna aboard 3-year-old trotter Benny J. So James off to a perfect start on the Saturday program.
I hope he comes home.
Yeah, right? Well, he's got to go to Tioga tomorrow. He's got a couple of drives
there
for Nancy Tactor in Tioga, but yeah, let's get him back here across the border. Race 5, Ontario Sarah Stakes Gold Mid-Season Consolation. We've had a couple of mid-season finals, but this is the first consolation that we've seen. Just an overflow of the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. Some that will continue to battle in the golds and hoping that they will make it into the super final come year's end. Scintillating Tom off of that, well, it was rather scintillating actually, that last effort. This is a trotter that, again, unraced at 2, I still think his best days are ahead of him.
I agree with you, too, and he hasn't been beat up in any way whatsoever. He's only going to get better, and he's off to a really good season. 8 starts, 6 times he's hit the top 2. So I'm going to go, and for second in here, where I'm going to go is the horse that we're going to show the replay of, and that's the 5-horse Salem Sealster. Another horse that's kind of inconsistent sometimes, but he comes out of a very, very strong barn with Luke Blais. Scotty Young picking up the drive on this guy. I'm kind of hoping that Scotty does exactly what Louis did last week with this guy. It seemed like he was able to keep him down. You can see him sitting dead last here with him now. He kept him down on the pylons for both turns, and then he ends up getting him to the outside. And watch the move that this horse makes on the end of it. I mean, at this point, we're basically got an 1/8 of a mile, and he's still positioned down in on the inside. He's finally going to get him to the outside here. And now he starts the motor going, and look at the strides on this guy on the end of it. I mean, he was flying, and you can really see it on the run out too. As soon as we showed it, we zoom back to that, he's going to be sitting in second. So really, really race good, and I'm hoping that Scotty's going to more or less do the same thing. I'm not saying stay on the rail, but just save that move for the end of it. Yep. I think that Salem Sealster could come up with a big effort.
I'm buying what you're selling.
There you go.
Listen, if we break it down, you go back to the win 3 starts ago, and I know it was in against just numbers of 2, but then in the next gold, he shows a break 5th at the quarter. He actually was going for the front and made the break. So he didn't get charted with the lead because he broke before the quarter, but he was going to be to the front. That last race, he got just a tour from an outside post. He wasn't supposed to gain into those fractions.
No.
And he did, and we saw how well he did it. Look at the horses that finished ahead of him. Top Mast, a nice Wallner. Willow Time was going to be a top Gold Colt. Made of Magic was a winner last night from the outside post in the opener. So he kept some good company. He's got a great draw here as well. Randy and I riding with that one in the midseason consolation. We're going to skip over 6, but by just to note, that is the return of Stockade Sealster as he makes his 4-year-old debut for Doc Moore. This is the Ontario Sarah Stakes Gold Midseason Final for those 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Big Scratch of Griff is out of here. We'll shift the outside 5 down a spot, which is good to see. We want to just kind of highlight the most recent gold tilts. There was a couple of divisions. This is the first one, and it was my retirement dream in this contest. Willow Time is swinging wide off of this last turn. Jody got the jump. Ways and Means finishes 4th. A horse that really intrigues me, so much so, Randy, that I'm actually going to give him a shot tonight, is Fabulous Freddy, because he has turned a corner for Team Christopher. He was in a golds last year, grassroots to start this season before getting into this gold, and he's live on the end of it.
Yeah, very, very live on the end of it, and Tyler's going to come right back with him, too.
Yep, I like it.
We got a scratch of the 5, moves him down into the 9. Everything's going
better.
Chad's way.
Right?
Everything's going Chad's way. Absolutely.
Smelling like roses.
You just got to make sure the 401's open on your ride home tonight.
401.
Okay, so tell me about this one, my man.
Okay, so here was the other one, and again, this was the one where the massive break by Convoy Hall in the backfield, but the rest of them got away just fine. And speaking of Team Christopher, they were a good third in that one. Well, here they get a nice win with Northern Looker with Trevor Henry. He's going to drift a bit, but he gets up in 54. Big win for a horse that's making his gold debut. Gets him into a good spot here tonight. Finite, I thought, raced well. I thought, what about Elmo as well? So some solid showings, but the best one in there was Northern Looker for sure. And, maybe I picked the wrong Christopher Trotter tonight. You never know, because I think he's got a real nice 1-2 punch in here, but I ended up just going the one. I've got 9, 7, and 6 in behind, but you're going to go Ways and Means for Dougie McNair.
Yeah, I'm going to go with him there. He's getting his shoeing change tonight, too. He's going from steel to aluminum all the way around. I think that he's, more than competitive with this group, and if Dougie just finds him the right kind of a trip, I think that he can get the job done. So Ways and Means will be the way that Randy hopes he gets his means. I like that.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That's good. It works.
Huh? Pretty good.
It works. Nice.
Seinfeld, 4.
Over to the 8th race we go as we wind down the show. We're getting closer to post time, as you can see. 5 and under for these Pacers. No winners at 2. We see this class early on the night. Someone here come in riding some good form. You've got the return of Lou's World. He wasn't out of place in the Messenger. Although he didn't win, he was right there in the thick of things on the half. He comes back here seemingly against some easier company, but you and I both like what we saw from Best Night Ever in that July 6th outing.
Yeah, we're both going to go this guy's route. Just, the way that we're setting it up there, Beaton's going to have a big night tonight, let alone take away the Meadowlands pace, you know what I mean? But, it looks like he's going to have some nice horses to race tonight. So you're the one that sent this interview in. You talk to us about it.
Well, I mean, he got a good trip. You see the line there. He's got the 3-year-old that gets away in the pocket. So you're thinking, all right, well, he didn't get up. He lost a couple of positions. Was he live? To me, he was live. He just couldn't go forward. Look at Trevor's arms and his body language.
Yeah.
I mean, he just can't go forward.
No.
Best Night Ever ends up being 4th in here. Unrivaled Hanover and St. Lad's Criminal. They have clear track on the outside. Trevor finally gets him to the outside, but at this point it's too late.
But he moves forward.
But he's moving forward, and he's gaining there. So this was a horse that I think woke up with Trevor. I think he could get a similar trip in here tonight, and just hopefully tonight it works out, and you and I ride together again.
It's amazing, too, with Best Night Ever is quality of a horse as we're looking at. We're looking at a horse here with a mark of 54 and 4. He's going to blast one day and go a mile 50 or 51 and hang that mark that he deserves.
100%. So that's a look at the picks for the 8th race. Preferred pace in the 9th. We'll talk more of that throughout the night, of course, but a good-looking group of 6 in there. One more to discuss. Race number 10, the Jackpot High Five finale. Almost 70 grand was bet into it last night.
You were saying, yeah.
It was got a lot of play. There were a lot of winners. Twinbee Archie able to score the victory, so nice to see him back into the winner's circle. And now the carryover 202,000 plus coming into tonight. So that's a pretty big number. We've got a full group of 10. Dream Fair Arnie B is down just a little bit. He's down to a class level where he was able to score at 51-1. He might score again, but we're not going to see him at 51-1 tonight.
No 51-1 there. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that we're looking at a big score tonight. I think Jonathan's picking himself up a really live drive.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to say this is the first time that he's drove him. I think I remember one time when he drove him for Travis not that long ago, and he just blasted him. He ended up getting caught right on the wire. I think he ended up finishing second or third, but chopped it all out, went a big mile. Now here is the replay we're showing you from June the 29th when Eddie Hensley jumped up on the 9-hole when he was 51-1. And I mean, look at this. This isn't a horse that's coming back to the field. This is the rest of the field that is completely gassed. Look at the separation between them, and he keeps his 3.5, now probably closer to about 4 lengths on forward. This is a horse that carries speed a long, long ways, and if he gets a breakaway on the front end like Eddie did, he is a very tough horse to reel back down. Now, when he did that breakaway, that was in all winners of 14,000. We're looking at the same class here again tonight, Chad. So Dream Fair Arnie B is going to be my best bet for the night. I'm expecting him to be raced the same way that he was raced June the 29th. He can carry his speed a long ways, and all I can say to Jonathan is hold on, buddy, because I think you're going to go for a ride.
And I think he goes down the road for as far as he can.
Yeah, I agree.
A horse that I'm intrigued to see how he fires tonight. I wish he had drawn a bit better. I'm sure the connections do as well, but sometime, somewhere, we knew that he was better than the recent form. For whatever reason, he was struggling. I think it was more than just the drop down in class that helped him last time, but he was live, and I think that's going to instill some confidence into him as he starts to climb the class ladder again tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know what we got? We got like a really, really kind of what we seen in that other race. This is a really, really evenly matched group. Yeah. A lot of this is going to come down to trip. But there are a few horses in here that, to me, that are just kind of starting to really, really shine right now. And I think you're going to see a big effort from Living the Beach Life, too. I think I've been using him the last couple times. He's had 2 seconds and a third, but I think that we're going to see a better effort from Living the Beach Life as well.
All right, well, that was a pretty good show. You know what? I feel a lot of energy here. I think that's going to carry throughout the whole night. Looking forward to it. Awesome card here, an amazing card out of town. We're going to do our best to bring you what we can from East Rutherford, the Meadowlands, as they play host to their signature race, the Meadowlands Pace. But a lot of great local talent racing there, including James McDonald's already 2 for 2 to start the night. As we give you the plays of the night from this lineup of gentlemen, good luck to them and good luck to everybody playing along tonight. We'll take a quick time out, and we'll get back to set up the first of 10 on a Saturday from Mohawk Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time, and please meet Sophie Vijayan, a 13-year-old native of Campbellville, a youngster diving into the world of music, exploring both Western and Indian classical styles. She experiments by creating melodies that weave together the rich traditions of both worlds. In addition to her singing passion, she is also studying piano at Rick Imus Music Studio. She is a proud corporal with the Royal Canadian Air Cadets, and her goal is to someday serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. She is thrilled to be here tonight to perform our national anthem. So at this time, please remove your caps, and if able, please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard land, glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Horses are on the track for tonight's first. Meet the one Bold Spirit. Phil Houdon for trainer Chantel Mitchell. Bill Elliott owns. Here's 2 Unrivaled Hanover. Jonathan Jury for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by Landmark 16 Racing Stable. Hudson Standardwood Stable, David Reed, and Bertrand Gillespie Stable. Counter offer 3, Michael Whalen with the Walter Whalen trainee, Walter owns. 4 is Better Be Serious. Tyler Borth for trainer Friday Dean, Sirius 8 Stable, the owner. 5 in the group is Chain Gang. Trevor Henry with that Nick Gallucci trainee, homebred owned by Millar Farms. Travis Cullen on 6, Wikipedia. Anthony Beaton, the trainer, SSG Stables owns. Here's 7, Reign Supreme with Doug McNair piloting for trainer-owner Zach Carroll. And to complete our field in the opener, the 8 is Fast Louis, with Sylvain Filion for trainer Kevin Ben. Kevin owns with Lionel Heffernan and Dennis Chadwick. Field of 8 for the first. Rolling doubles and pick threes begin in the opener, and we launch the $100,000 guaranteed pool early pick 5 in this first race as well. Good luck post time in 4 minutes.
Saturday night harness action from Mohawk Park coming your way next. We've got 10 of the finest. And we've got a couple of gold events, a consolation for the midseason, and a final for the midseason 3-0 Colton Gelding Trotters, a preferred pace later, Randy, a big carryover in the high five. So lots to look forward to. And I think we start the night with a good group here. Some 3-year-olds that we could see tackling Stakes Company in the coming weeks, including Chain Gang, who returns to the races.
Yeah, Chain Gang's going to be my top pick in here as well. We showed that replay earlier. I mean, it was just a very, very big effort. And look who was second to him in there, that he sat on her back and ended up getting by. And it's love thing, you know. So, I mean, obviously, looks should be looking good out there. We haven't really seen too much of him so far, but I'm sure that he looks good out there. And Bold Spirit, we just showed him there for Phil Houdon and Chantel Mitchell. 35-1, this guy. He was actually owning non-winners of 2 in his last 2 starts there, but moved up to this tougher winners of 2, not more than 5 in his last. Put up a big, did a nice account of himself, I guess you would say. But, maybe you need to see a little bit more from Bold Spirit.
Yeah, he's probably just got to stay a little bit closer, too, I think.
I think so, yeah,
right?
but it is a step up.
Because they're going to sprint on the end of it,
right.
even if they go quick early.
Right.
So I don't think you can afford to be, sitting, 6th, 7th, 8th, where he could very well be. But, we'll see what Phil Houdon decides to do with him tonight. Outside of the heavy favorite, who looks to be the obvious one is based on the odds. We're not saying he's a slam dunk. It's still a horse race. But who do you use him behind? I used Unrivaled Hanover.
Okay.
Now,
Chain Gang looks good. That's one of the first times that I've seen him, other than when he first come out. Looks really good. Nice and relaxed. No problems whatsoever. Right on both lines. Trevor's got a foot down. So obviously he's just taking the right kind of a hold. So I give him an A for his appearance. Unrivaled Hanover, Chad, is where I went for second. Now, I just said something about Bold Spirit, winning the non-winners of 2 weeks in a row, and then moving up to this class. Well, this guy just win the non-winners of 2 his last start, and he moves up into this class. But the difference with Unrivaled, though, is that he's been taking on the best of the best, in my opinion anyway. He's been racing NA Cup, some beat somewhere, gold eliminations. To me, that was a big drop down for him last week. He's handled these kinds of horses before, so I don't think it's as much of a step up for Unrivaled Hanover as it is for Bold Spirit.
And he was a grassrooter last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so looking at, and one of the top grassroots horses, just a little win shy, but I think that'll do a lot for his confidence last week. And he had to earn it, too. I mean, he worked hard on the outside first over and dug in and got up for the win. So you've got a price in for the Exacta. I've got this one, a similar price in for the Exacta. I liked how he raced in his latest, and I liked the approach. He had an outside post. He had been forwardly placed, it seemed, week in and week out. Got an opportunity to just race from behind and then close up late. He looked good on the end of it. If Sylvain decides to go back to a more aggressive style tonight, leaving out of there, but not necessarily stinging him, I think he can get back into the top 2.
I agree. And I mean, that last start that you like so much, I mean, that was a 2-week gap between those two starts, you know, June 22nd to July the 6th. So you would have to think that he'd be a little bit better tonight.
What about Reign Supreme in here?
I used him in for 4th. The biggest reason why, I mean, he's obviously a speed horse. You know, he's got a lot of ability. His last 3 races have all been, you know, what I would consider to be good ones. But the biggest reason, gotta love that first time Doug McNair in a while. I love it when Dougie jumps up on a horse that he hasn't drove in a while, and I think that he could make a big difference with Reign Supreme.
And even though Wikipedia loses Henry, I mean, he picks up Cullen, obviously very capable, and this is a horse that right now is in great form.
And the thing is with Wikipedia, you more or less know how you're going to race him. Like, I mean, you can race him on front, but it seems to me like his biggest miles, he comes from off the pace.
Ready to roll for the Saturday opener from Mohawk Park. Last chance to get in your bets for that $100,000 guaranteed early pick 5. It's the return of Chain Gang, the heavy favorite on the board right now at 1-2 as we send it upstairs to Ken Middleton.
All right, Chain Gang, big favorite here, as you said. Trevor Henry up for trainer Nick Galucci. They shut him down early May after some subpar performances. He lit it up in a recent qualifier, though, maybe when some sickness going through the barn. We saw a couple of Galucci students struggle at points earlier in the season. We'll see if Chain Gang is healthy and ready to rock here tonight. Public's on board. He is the 1-2 choice. Field of 8 swings off the turn into the stretch. Saturday racing from Mohawk Park starts right now. Dorofen pacing, leaving his Reign Supreme from out in post 7. Going to come out with him, Better Be Serious. Better Be Serious tees off for Borth. Splitting through Wikipedia. From the fence is Bold Spirit away into that 4th position, driving through. Borth goes into backpedal mode now with Better Be Serious. Towards the inside is Unrivaled Hanover. Chain Gang floats 6th outside, looking to cross over, and does. Then it's back to Counter Offer and trailing Fast Louis. The opening quarter was quick, 26-2. Reign Supreme with that lead. Wikipedia thought about driving on, but thought better of it. Backs up to the pocket. 3rd inside to Bold Spirit. Better Be Serious landed 4th. Unrivaled Hanover 5th away. Chain Gang 6th. 7th Counter Offer. Trailing from an 8th is Fast Louis. 3/8 in the books. On up to the midway point they go. Reign Supreme pulls the train, leads the way, a length and a half better than Wikipedia, who's shown the whip back in 2nd. 3rd inside, Bold Spirit to a 56-2 first half. 2nd quarter was clocked in 30 seconds. To the outside, Chain Gang gets underway now. Fast Louis grabs cover, good cover. Then it's back to Better Be Serious, trapped in 6th. 7th on the move goes Unrivaled Hanover, and Counter Offer kicked out to trail. Down to 3/4 next. Reign Supreme confronted by Chain Gang. And here comes Chain Gang driving quickly up to the shoulder of Reign Supreme, who got the field of 3/4 in 1:24-2, turning home. Reign Supreme leads the way, pushed to the limit as Chain Gang lets him have it now. Chain Gang outside, Reign Supreme at the rail. In behind them in 3rd, Wikipedia. He wants some 3-wide racetrack. Cullen finds it for him late. Chain Gang outside, Reign Supreme at the rail, hangs tough. Reign Supreme, Chain Gang outside, just too much. Chain Gang wins. Reign Supreme is 2nd, Wikipedia 3rd, look like Bold Spirit 4th in 1:50-4. Numbers are on the board for tonight's first race: 5, 7, 6, and 1. 5 Chain Gang, popular winner in tonight's first race. Even money favorite delivers. He's a 3-year-old Better's Delight homebred out of the He's Watching mare. Duo Step Hanover. Millar Farms of Stillville owns. Trainer Nick Colucci, winning driver Trevor Henry. Chain Gang, first win this year from 3 attempts after going 3 for 8 last season. It's Chain Gang, 150-4, a lifetime best performance. Saturday racing from Mohawk Park starts right now. They're often pacing, leaving his reign supreme from out in post 7. Going to come out with him, Better Be Serious. Better Be Serious tees off for Borth. Splitting through Wikipedia. From the fence is Bold Spirit away into that 4th position, driving through. Borth goes into backpedal mode now with Better Be Serious. Towards the inside is Unrivaled Hanover. Chain Gang floats 6th outside, looking to cross over, and does. Then it's back to Counter Offer and trailing Fast Louis. The opening quarter was quick, 26-2. Reign Supreme with that lead. Wikipedia thought about driving on, but thought better of it. Backs up to the pocket. 3rd inside to Bold Spirit. Better Be Serious landed 4th. Unrivaled Hanover 5th away. Chain Gang 6th. 7th Counter Offer trailing from an 8th is Fast Louis. 3/8 in the books. On up to the midway point they go. Reign Supreme pulls the train, leads the way, a length and a half better than Wikipedia, who's shown the whip back in 2nd. 3rd inside, Bold Spirit to a 56-2 first half. 2nd quarter was clocked in 30 seconds. To the outside, Chain Gang gets underway now. Fast Louis grabs cover, good cover. Then it's back to Better Be Serious, trapped in 6th. 7th on the move goes Unrivaled Hanover, and Counter Offer kicked out to trail down to 3/4 next. Reign Supreme confronted by Chain Gang. And here comes Chain Gang driving quickly up to the shoulder of Reign Supreme, who got the field to 3/4 in 124-2, turning home. Reign Supreme leads the way, pushed to the limit as Chain Gang lets him have it now. Chain Gang outside, Reign Supreme at the rail. In behind them in 3rd, Wikipedia. He wants some 3-wide racetrack. Cullen finds it for him late. Chain Gang outside, Reign Supreme at the rail, hangs tough. Reign Supreme, Chain Gang outside, just too much. Chain Gang wins. Reign Supreme was 2nd, Wikipedia 3rd, looked like Bold Spirit 4th in 150-4. Here's how they finished in the first. Bold Spirit 4th, Unrivaled Hanover 6th, Counter Off for 8th, Better Be Serious 7th, Chain Gang the winner. Wikipedia 3rd, Reign Supreme was 2nd, Fast Louie finished 5th. The second race coming your way in 5 minutes' time. Race number 2 going as programmed.
Just about 2.5 minutes before we have to say goodbye to you. What are you looking to do over the next 2 to 5 years? Is it going to be more babies, or are you always going to be on the lookout for other Fun Time Bahamas and a Buckabat Hanovers?
Both. We're going to do babies again in the fall, and if somebody has a horse that we think is the top 2 or 3, and they're not silly about it, we're going to try to buy them. I want to have a championship barn. I want my son to take it over someday with Andrew and Bruce. They're younger than me, and we have great horses. If I had the age of Ron Burke when he started, or Tony Alagna when they started, yes, I would go slower and take my time. But I have time in life, but I don't have time to build a barn that way. I try to get great horses, and I hope nobody takes offense to it, but I have no other choice right this moment.
Bill Pollock, I can say this much. The sport of harness racing would be a heck of a lot better off if there were a lot more owners like you. So it's great to see you jump in with both feet, and everybody here at the Meadowlands wish you an awful lot of success.
Well, I really appreciate that, and you do a phenomenal job here. You're one of the reasons I like the Meadowlands and this racing so much. You and Jessica are spectacular.
Well, that's very, very kind of you to say, and Bill Pollock, lots of good luck to you tonight in the Meadowlands Pace with Fun Time Bahama.
Yes, make sure you pick them.
Well, I can't make any promises.
I know you're not.
Bill, thanks so much for being with us. It's now almost time for the 4th race, Del Miller Memorial Division 1.
Thanks to Bill Pollock. And Bill, I did pick Fun Time Bahama tonight, so best of luck. 6 French Champagne here is your 4-5 favorite. Stormed home to a mild upset in the New Jersey Sire Stakes final and took a new mark in the process. 152-1 has been freshened up for Team Sponstead. 7-2 action on 3. Chaparmbro, a solid runner-up to the Blazing Hambo, eligible last week. Draws inside again. Seems to be trending right. We get the money man back in the bike again. And 9 Soiree Hanover, a 9-2. Last year's Dan Patch Award winner went evenly, chasing a standout Elista Hanover in a much-needed comeback race. Stuck outside here, but we're going to expect some more as Tetrick took her over 2 others for Lucas Wallen. 6-3-9 call here. Race 4 starts that 50-cent early pick 4, $50,000 guarantee. The trotting fillies are heading to the gate. It's your final call to play the Masterminds contest as well. And don't forget, horseplay is after race 6. We've still got the $100 win bet contest coming up. Sugar Valley Farms warm-up is complete. It's post time for the 4th race. Preferred equine starting gate rolling. First division Del Miller Memorial, $125,000. Sponsored by Knutson Trotting Incorporated. Last chance for the early pick 4. 4-5 on 6 French Champagne. 7-2 on 3 Chaparmbro. 9-2 on 9 Soiree Hanover. Race 4, trotting fillies are set and off stride. Glamorous Hanover the 4. Glamorous Hanover on a break. The rest on gate. Here they come. Filly is off and trotting. Cool Mama Bell's out fast. French Champagne now shoots out with Chaparmbro on the inside and Draw the Line from the inside. Draw the Line has the early lead. Chaparmbro looks to settle in second. French Champagne looks to go up third on the outside. Paulina Hanover just floated away in 4th position as they head to the opening quarter. And diving in 5th is Soiree Hanover just in front of Graceful Design. And then it's Cool Mama Bell on the outside. She backs away, followed by Warwee Michelle. And the distant trailer, Glamorous Hanover, who broke before the start. 28-1, a soft opening quarter. French Champagne and Dexter Dunn. French Champagne sweeps to the front now. Draw the Line is trotting in second. Chaparmbro is third. Paulina Hanover looks at it from fourth. Soiree Hanover is fifth on the inside. Cool Mama Bell gets going. Warwee Michelle to track her. And then it's Graceful Design Saving Ground. Glamorous Hanover gaps at the back. Halfway home for French Champagne. 56 and 3, 28 and 2. French Champagne controls the pace and dictates her own terms here. Draw the Line is second and edging out of the pocket spot now. And a surge coming from Soiree Hanover. She gets in gear. Now third, soon to be second on the outside. Chaparmbro is fourth and needs to shake loose with trot. She vacates the cones. To her outside, Cool Mama Bell is spinning her wheels at three-quarters. It's French Champagne in front. Soiree Hanover threatens. 1:25 for three-quarters into the stretch. They'll sprint. French Champagne in front. Draw the Line on the inside, full out second. Soiree Hanover on the outside, third in that battle for place because it's French Champagne. You can pop the cork here. French Champagne draws clear and is wrapped up for Dexter Dunn. Then Soiree Hanover, then Chaparmbro, and close Paulina Hanover or Draw the Line. 1:51 and 4. French Champagne.
Here's a look at the field for tonight's second race. On parade, number 1 is Broodon, driven by Phil Houdon. Carmen Osiello trains, owners Frank Lamacchia, Tony Michelli, and Dean Marson stable. Number 2 is All Right, All Right, All Right, Trevor Henry for trainer Zach Carroll. Karen Carroll owns. Number 3 is The Vicar with Tyler Moore, training driving, GLB stable owns. Stonebridge Thrill 4, Sylvain Filion with the Anthony Beaton trainee, Mac and Carol Nickel owners. The 5 is Logan Behold, Tyler Borth for trainer Joe McIsaac. Owners are Kimberly Eaton and Jamie Copley. Doug McNair was 6, Lakers Bank. Tim Myers trains for Val Spar Stables. Travis Cullen was 7, McWicked Time. Jody Cullen trains for Jacqueline Donnell. And outside, this is Price Control, the 8. Mario Béarchamp for trainer co-owner Jean Tirigny, partners Serge Baudry and Roland Trudel. Field of 8 for race number 2, going to the gate in 5 minutes.
Here's your field for race number 2 as we continue this early pick 5, wrap up the first double of the night. Favorite sees it through in the opener. Favorite here, Randy, is Lakers Bank with Dougie off of a trouble trip effort, but he's just been a strong horse all season. This is rookie campaign, and I think this guy can go a big mile, and I will back him. But you are going to go with a play of the night here.
Yeah, my spot play in here is going to be the Vicar. I was so impressed with him on June the 25th. I showed you that replay. Just had to share because I really, stoked up about this guy. Free-legged Art Speak out of a Mach 3 mare. $26,000 PEI yearling. Like, that's one of the more expensive ones that you see down there. You know, you don't usually see them quite that much, but he is a good-looking colt. And like I said, wears no pants. Last year, 4 starts, 3 times a winner and 1 second. This year, 6 starts, 4 times a winner, 1 second. He's going for 4 in a row, and I absolutely love the way that he looks out there. Love the way that he races. I think he can go with these horses. I know it's a step up, but I think he can go with these horses.
I was going to say, it's a group that possibly will have to go 51 tonight. Maybe. I don't know if anybody's going to be able 51. To force the pace that much to make those kind of fractions, but it could be 51 in a piece. It's a hot night.
I think that even as long as they get to the half in 56, 51 is well within reach. You know, they'd have to come back half in 55 seconds.
And from what he showed you here in that dominant win 2 back against Nominators 1, you think he's got another 10 lengths to drop
I've been waiting for him to come back out again, Chad. That's how sure I am of him. He looks fantastic out on the track. And you got to remember too, like when he was a little bit out of position in that one win here. He come like 3, 4, maybe 4.5 wide around the turn and just absolutely annihilated them. And then he goes right up to George and same thing with the wins. You know, he's a winning machine. So I think that he can go with these horses.
You know, if this horse ever gets out of his quirks, that being the 4 Stonebridge Thrill who we just saw in there, I don't know what it is. I don't know if he interferes with himself or what. You know, does he touch a knee but he gets rough, gets a bit goofy out there, but he, for pieces of it, he can pace. I mean, he's fast. He's a fast horse, but it's tough to push the button on him because it seems like when you do ask him to go, well, then that's when he starts to get a bit funky.
Yeah, you know, he kind of reminds me a little bit because of the Bettor's Delight in there as well, but he kind of reminds me of that horse that McIntosh had years ago. Like, he had Dr. Joe, and what's the one that Carmen had? Beyond Better. That's another
horse
one.
That he was real good, and then you'd ask him to get going,
and he could make a mistake.
Yes.
And that's what I mean. And I think they're both Bettor's Delights, I think. But anyway, they're both a lot like this guy. Ton of speed, you know, dangerous horse, but if you just happen to ask them when they're a little crooked or when they're not ready for it, you can just knock them off stride. So I'm seeing that with Stonebridge Thrill. I think at some point he will get his act together. I'm not 100% sure, but in the program it's got him down as a colt. So that's always an option as well, right?
You also think Mick Wicketime, who we see on the screen here, he's at 10-1. He's been a bit of a fringe player lately, but I don't get me wrong, he came home at 26-1 his latest, but we're still waiting to see him kind of consistently do that because that's what we saw with him last year.
Exactly, and I've said all along there, you know, I'm not trying to diagnose or whatever, but I think at some point we are going to see him on Lasix. I think he's far too good of a horse to be playing fringely at 4s and 5s, you know, especially in a class like this. I think there's a lot more in there to offer. So I threw him in for 3rd. I like the horse. Boy, this guy looks good going to the gate.
He's getting play too, Randy, which I'm sure you're not surprised at, but he's getting play at 7-2 in here. Here's another one that I've got into the mix that I just think with an inside post, if he gets involved, he could be a bigger player. All right, with Trevor Henry in the sulk. Anybody else you want to quickly comment on?
Well, no, but you can say with all right. I mean, this is a huge post position relief for him. 9, 10, now all of a sudden 2 in
and
here
shorter
tonight.
Group too.
Shorter group, yeah, for sure.
Should keep him closer here tonight. We'll see if that makes a difference. But even money favorite lining up, Lakers Bank off that troubled trip. McNair wouldn't let him up the inside last week. Now McNair is in the bike tonight with McDonald out of town. 8 of them to wrap up the first double of the night. Upstairs we go to Kevin.
Final seconds of the betting cycle remain as we've got the field of 8 in behind the starting gate now. Even money on 6, Lakers Bank. 7 starts this year, 7 top 2 finishes. Love the consistency of the son of all bets off. 3-1 on number 3, the Vicar. Starting gate swings off the turn into the stretch. We're ready for race 2 at Mohawk Park. Here they come. Gapped off was 8 price control. They're off and pacing. Good start in the center. Logan Behold is charging out of there. So is Lakers Bank. Even wider McWicked time. And joining them from the inside is All Right, All Right, All Right. As he claims a 3-hole trip into the first turn and possibly a 2-hole ride. A 2-hole it is, maybe even chop it out. Henry from the inside scurries through with All Right, All Right, All Right to gain that early advantage. Pressing on the outside now goes Lakers Bank. They tee off at a quarter of 27 seconds and they move into the backstretch. Lakers Bank working his way up on the outside and now strikes the front. Back into second is All Right, All Right, All Right. Logan Behold is third, Brewed on fourth, 50 inside to McWicked time. Then it's back to the Vicar from in sixth, seventh Stonebridge Thrill, and trailing was the gate-capping Price Control from an eighth. On up to the midway point they go, chasing after Lakers Bank. Lakers Bank on top, just over a length in 55-1, a second split of 28-1. Right there, second is All Right, All Right, All Right. Then third to the inside is Logan Behold. Sent to the outside, fourth goes Brewed on. Out in front of him from third came Logan Behold. Scooting up the rail goes McWicked time into a blind switch. The Vicar held up there on cover from in sixth. The one in front of him is gapping, that's Brewed on. Three-quarter bound chasing Lakers Bank, who's up front a length and a half. Pocket rider at the inside is All Right, All Right, All Right. Lakers Bank tries to blow the turn. He's out in the three-path before they hit the straightaway, and it's Lakers Bank up front. All Right, All Right, All Right at the inside coming to him now. Down the center, Logan Behold, and rushing up on the far outside, upset-minded McWicked time. Running out of time. McWicked time is pacing up on the grandstand side. Logan Behold in the center. McWicked time. 16-1 upset time for McWicked time in 151-2. Top four on the board for race 2, 7, 5, 6, and 4. 151-2 the win time tonight for the 7 McWicked time. McWicked time is the 3-year-old son of McWicked out of the Art Escape Mare Free Time. Is owned by Jacqueline Donnell of Metcalfe, Ontario. Jody Cullen trains. Travis Cullen mapping out the winning trip as McWicked time uses his rallying skills to capture tonight's second race. New lifetime mark, 151-2, McWicked time. Here they come. Gapped off was 8, price control. They're off and pacing. Good start in the center. Logan Behold is charging out of there. So is Lakers Bank. Even wider McWicked time. And joining them from the inside is All Right, All Right, All Right. As he claims a 3-hole trip into the first turn and possibly a 2-hole ride. A 2-hole it is, maybe even chop it out. Henry from the inside scurries through with All Right, All Right, All Right to gain that early advantage. Pressing on the outside now goes Lakers Bank. They tee off at a quarter of 27 seconds and they move into the backstretch. Lakers Bank working his way up on the outside and now strikes the front. Back into second is All Right, All Right, All Right. Logan Behold is third, Brudon fourth, 50 inside to McWicked time. Then it's back to the Vicar from in sixth, seventh Stonebridge Thrill, and trailing was the gate capping Price Control from an eighth. On up to the midway point they go, chasing after Lakers Bank. Lakers Bank on top, just over a length in 55-1, a second split of 28-1. Right there, second is All Right, All Right, All Right. Then third to the inside is Logan Behold. Sent to the outside, fourth goes Brudon. Out in front of him from third came Logan Behold. Scooting up the rail goes McWicked time into a blind switch. The Vicar held up there on cover from in sixth. The one in front of him is gapping, that's Brudon. 3/4 bound chasing Lakers Bank, who's up front a length and a half. Pocket rider at the inside is All Right, All Right, All Right. Lakers Bank tries to blow the turn. He's out in the 3 path before they hit the straightaway, and it's Lakers Bank up front. All Right, All Right, All Right at the inside coming to him now. Down the center, Logan Behold, and rushing up on the far outside, upset-minded McWicked time. Running out of time. McWicked time is pacing up on the grandstand side. Logan Behold in the center. McWicked time. 16-1 upset time for McWicked time in 151-2. Here's the rundown of race 2. Brudon 8th, All Right, All Right, All Right 5th. The Vickers 6th, Stonebridge Thrill 4th. Logan Behold 2nd, Lakers Bank 3rd. McWicked time, the winner. Price Control was 7th. Race 3 up next, 11 minutes to post time. Shoeing change on 2 Glenboro, aluminum 2 steel up front.
The favorite in this field, I would prefer Caviar Bell, and that's why I think Caviar Bell might be a little bit of value in this spot.
And you mentioned the Nadia LaBelle event last time at Scioto Downs, a mare that was in the same field, Lions Legend. She kind of quietly last year had a rock-solid rookie campaign. She went 8 for 11. Couple of wins on her resume this season in 4. She sort of stayed away from the big guns to this point in time, and she was a charging third in that very same race, and her final quarter speed was eye-catching on that day. So I'm calling for her for the mild upset here for the combination of Jim King Jr. and Tim Tetrick, and they certainly know their way to the winner's circle when teaming up here at the Big M as well. What about Sarasota Hanover number 3? Another quality filly from last season that has looked better in recent starts for trainer Toscano.
You know, I was here obviously that night on May the 24th when Sarasota Hanover was absolutely sizzling in a 148 and 1 mile. Since then, we haven't seen anything close to that, but Sarasota Hanover in this spot tonight, I think is going to try to work out a pocket trip. That could be the winning elixir in this particular field where, Greg, you could really have a strong opinion on about 4 of them, and if you're right, you can make a nice score.
From our location tonight, we are right out on the tarmac in amongst all the horse players, and the familiar refrain we've been hearing all night long is how tough this program is to handicap. Good case in point here.
No question about that. Like I said, it really is a wide open field, so in a field like this, if you're a person who likes 9 to 5, that's just fine. I just think that in this particular field, that might not be a flatbed profit in the big picture.
All right, upstairs to Ken Orkington with your call.
It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate rolls for race 5, first division of the Jerry Silverman Memorial for $100,000. Sponsored by Odds on Racing and Win Back Farm. 9 to 5 on 2, pass line. 5 to 2 action on 8, Caviar Bell. They're on gate for the 5th. Here they come. They're off. A sweet beach here from the far outside in blast-off mode. Sarasota Hanover shoots out with pass line on the inside. And Lions Legend cuts the corner into fourth into the first turn. Can I Get a Loop is fifth on the outside. Caviar Bell is sixth to the opening quarter. And then comes Chia Panikas at the rear of the field. We find Melmar. Gap at the back is Pulp Fiction. Too wide, and they're dueling past the quarter. Sweet Beach here, and James McDonald taking over. 26 paid the price toward opening fraction. Pass line going after that leader on the outside and looking for the lead now, and will get it. So Sarasota Hanover is third off the speed. Lions Legend fourth on the inside, followed by Can I Get a Loop. Then it's Caviar Bell, followed by Chia Panikas and Melmar, and still trailing Pulp Fiction. Brand new leader at the half. It's pass line and Dexter Dunn there at 5-2. 53-3. 27-3. Dazzling half mile from pass line as they hit the far turn. A Sweet Beach here under a tight brain in second. Sarasota Hanover third and Fed Racetrack now. Lions Legend is fourth heading to three quarters. Can I Get a Loop? Needs to get going from fifth. Caviar Bell to the outside sixth, followed by Chia Panikas and Melmar and Pulp Fiction. At three quarters, pass line, the one to knock off. Here comes Sarasota Hanover, unleashed by Scott Zuron, 122 for three quarters into the stretch drive. And it's Sarasota Hanover on the outside who strikes the lead. Pass line trying to battle back. A beach, Sweet Beach here between them, and here comes Caviar Bell. Caviar Bell uncorks a sterling rally for Yannick Gingras, and it's Caviar Bell. Then close, Sarasota Hanover, or Can I Get a Loop? And Lions Legend, 149.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Make a smart bet with Bettor's Wish, the leading money-winning standard bred of 2019.
Bettor's Wish is all alone
with lifetime earnings of over $2.6 million.
Bettor's Wish! Bettor's Wish!
The first horse in 17 years to win back-to-back Dan Patch Awards at 3 and 4.
Bettor's Wish running up the score here.
And his first crop of yearlings have already received rave reviews. Bettor's Wish, standing at Diamond Creek Farm.
New at the LCBO. Delicate and refreshing, Keep Calm is a collection of festive wines that are perfect to share. Keep Calm, sharing good times.
Horses are parading for tonight's third. One is Ella's Reason, Jonathan Drury, with the Carmen Osiello trainee MT Stables Ontario Incorporated owns. The 2 is Glenborough, bred, owned, and driven by Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains. 3 is Cheesy Smile, Tyler Borth with the John Pentland pupil. Pentland owns with R.C. Molyneux Racing, Peter Charlton, and Archie Leach. Sylvain Filion with 4, Huntress. Tyler Moore trains for Let It Ride Stables and W. Donovan. Todd Ratchford on 5, Chief's Dream Girl. Jack Moiseev training for High Stakes Incorporated. Doug McNair with 6, Flight Crew. Carmen Osiello training for MT Stables Ontario Incorporated. And the 7 completing our field is Shoot the Whiskey, Paul Sanders, Triple J Stables, Travis Cullen own, Jody Cullen trains, Ed Hensley drives. Field of 7 for this third race, going to the gate in about 5 minutes.
Third race coming up next here. We've got a group of 7 for these fillies and mares to wrap our first pick 3 of the night. The heavy favorite in the Will Pays is that top choice on the board right now, Huntress. Randy, do you feel confident we get a top performing Huntress tonight?
It depends on how they plan on racing her.
Okay.
You know, if they put her in front, I mean, you know, maybe she can win, but I don't like her in front. I truly think that she's a better horse following.
She used to be good on the front, though.
She did, yeah, but I still like her better this way. And I just find sometimes, you know, they'll look at the odds board or whatever. You know, I'm guilty just the same, and then you'll race the horse the way that you think that, you know, you're supposed to race it. But let's look at what it was. Last week, she came from way out of it. This isn't the first time that we've seen that where she's put big moves on the end when she hasn't been raced. June the 7th, more or less the same kind of a line there. But when they go out of there with her, she does show the 1 win, but by a nose after getting pretty well everything her own way, half in 56 seconds. Myself, I don't see anything in here that can cut it, Chad. Maybe Flight Crew can cut it, but they will come back to her. My thing is, race her the same way you raced her last week. She raced good last week, race her the same way. I think that if he races her from second over, I think that she'll come up with an incredible mile.
I wouldn't mind her being on the front if I can leave out and follow.
Really? Isn't that lovely?
That's what I'd hope. Am I asking too much? Chief's Dream Girl, she shows the ability to be able to leave out of there pretty quick, and I'd love to see that. I like the approach last time out because she's come some tough first over trips in recent weeks, and I'm not sure what happened to her 2 starts ago, but that was really her first subpar effort in a while. She's been very consistent and racing at some pretty top classes like this. So now that she got that kind of easier toe and just moved forward in the lane last time with the ground-saving trip, I think she's going to be pumped up and ready to roll tonight. She's getting bet, too, like a big player. So I'd made her my play of the night, Chief's Dream Girl here. But you've got her into the exacta, right?
Yeah, I got her in the exacta there. I agree with you. I think that she's going to be one of the toughest ones to beat in here. But, again, with Huntress, I just think that if he races her the way that he raced her last week, or that McClure raced her last week, if he races her the same way that Sylvain raced her on June the 7th, you know, when she had the 10-hole, I think that she beats this class. If they go to the front, I'm going to be holding my breath and keeping my fingers crossed, my friend.
So there's a couple of...
She looks good, though.
There's a Waples off angle in here. There's a Rosema off angle on a couple of horses. Glenborough for you is one you've played in some recent weeks. I know it hasn't worked out, but some of those trips just didn't work out either. But I don't think we'd be surprised if she came up with a big effort.
I think that she's more than capable of coming up with a big effort. And the thing is that he's in a spot where he shouldn't have to over-race her tonight. Like, I mean, let her leave a little bit. If she gets away second or third, that's not a bad spot to be. And we're getting a shoeing change with her tonight, too. She's going from aluminum to steel in front on Glenborough. So, you know, maybe the aluminum just hasn't been working the last few starts, and he's moved her back to steels. Either way, she's got the tools to get herself a real good trip. So I only used her in here for 4th. Definitely could see her, you know, improving that
I've used her on top in 4 straight starts. Cheesy Smile.
I knew you were going to go there.
Got her into the top 3, but
Yeah, me
I
too.
didn't put her on top. I think she's good enough to win against these
Absolutely.
when she gets back into that winning form. I'm just not sure it's going to be here tonight. She's racing better. And I know some are going to argue, well, she hasn't been able to win at the lower class levels. Some of those trips didn't quite work either, but Cheesy Smile, she'll get back there soon.
Yeah, and she's always got pace on the end of it.
Yeah,
Always
yeah.
has that pace on the end of it. She's in a good spot here tonight. I think that if he trips her out, she looks good out on the track. I think if he trips her out, I think the Cheesy Smile can easily hit the board and maybe even improve on that. This mare looks incredible. I mean, look at the weight she's carrying. I mean, she looks fantastic out there right now. Great job, Tyler Moore.
Yeah, Huntress reunited with Sylvain Filion here tonight. I'm going to toss a long shot at you just because I want to talk about a scenario. Ella's Reason got her first win here in North America last week, and you speak about tripped out. She was the favorite, but Sylvain took his chances to stay in with her, and there was some room in the lane that he found his way through, and I think he just kind of knew, you know what, that's what I had to do. I couldn't do work with her.
Right.
I had to do that to try and help, and she was live. She's got to be more confident tonight.
Oh, you would have to think, and I mean, I think JD's probably going to be pretty confident with her as well. That was a nice line that she strung together. Even the last couple of races have been really, really good ones. But see, I agree with you on that. I think sometimes that you have to race a horse the way that they like to race. And I think that that's what we've seen with Sylvain. Like you said, bet down, had a chance to remove, didn't. Roll the dice, got through, win the race, everything worked out good. I think that was her trip.
Yeah, I forget
and
who it
that's
was.
why I'm kind of thinking that maybe Huntress right now, her trip is off the pace.
Actually, I think it was my horse, my play of the night, that came back last night, the Tyler Moore trains. He drove in that start, One Bad Mama, something
One Bad
like that.
Mama, yeah.
She was the one that was first over and tired and actually allowed Ella's Reason to get out. But now Tyler has got another charge in here. And Huntress, who's the heavy favorite at 2-5. We've got a shorter group of 7 wrapping our first pick 3 of the night as we head back upstairs.
Break by the 6-horse Flight Crew. Flight Crew's miscued here. She's acting up. She is definitely going to miss the gate. She's that far back. Flight Crew the 6. So the other 6 on good behavior in behind the starting gate. The gate swings into the stretch, gathering speed approaching the start. Certainly be an inquiry here. They're often pacing. Glenborough punching out with speed. Cheesy Smile called on to step forward tonight. In at the railway third is Ella's Reason, filed in fourth Huntress. Chief Dream Girl lands fifth. Sixth away Shoot the Whiskey, and Flight Crew is a country mile back. Into the first turn. Out to take the top, it's long shot Cheesy Smile. Cheesy Smile leads the way tonight. Second to Glenborough. 2 to Ella's Reason. Huntress fourth. 2 back, Chief Dream Girl fifth. Shoot the Whiskey sixth. The opening quarter 27-3. Cheesy Smile takes the field up to 3/8, leading over Glenborough. Then it's back to Ella's Reason. Huntress stays in fourth. Fifth to the inside, Chief's Dream Girl, and trailing sixth with the pack is Shoot the Whiskey, and far, far behind, Flight Crew. Almost at the midway point, Cheesy Smile leads. She's up front a length as Borth pecks away at her through a 56-4 first half. Cheesy Smile to the far turn now, tracked by Glenborough. Inside is Ella's Reason. Huntress starts the first over grind. Fourth now, third outside and driving. Chief's Dream Girl latching on the golden cover. She's second over, tracking a good one from in fifth. Sixth on the move, Shoot the Whiskey. So they start to gang up on Cheesy Smile. Here's Huntress. Set to sink her claws into Cheesy Smile at 3/4. 124-4 past that post. Cheesy Smile. Huntress on the outside is rolling. Huntress on the outside grabs the lead. Cheesy Smile back into second. Glenborough shoots up the inside as the rail opens up late. Outside off cover. Chief's Dream Girl deep stretch. Huntress trying to hold on for the final 16th. And it's Huntress. The favorite Huntress delivers. Huntress in front. Glenborough second, Chief's Dream Girl third, 150-1-2 for Huntress. There will be a refund on 6. Flight crew did not receive a fair start. 6 flight crew a refund in tonight's third race. Four Huntress captures the third race in off-the-pace fashion. 5-year-old daughter of Huntsville, out of the Art Major Mare Love and Honor. Let It Ride Stables and W. Donovan the owners. Trainer Tyler Moore winning driver Sylvain Filion. Huntress with a third victory from 13 starts on the season. There's career win number 34. It's Huntress in tonight's third. Approaching the start. Certainly be an inquiry here. They're often pacing. Glenborough punching out with speed. Cheesy Smile called on to step forward tonight. In at the railway third is Ella's Reason, filed in fourth Huntress. Chief's Dream Girl lands fifth. Sixth away, Shoot the Whiskey. And Flight Crew is a country mile back. Into the first turn. Out to take the top, it's Long Shot Cheesy Smile. Cheesy Smile leads the way tonight. Second to Glenborough. Two to Ella's Reason. Huntress fourth. Two back, Chief's Dream Girl fifth. Shoot the Whiskey sixth. The opening quarter 27-3. Cheesy Smile takes the field up to 3/8, leading over Glenborough. Then it's back to Ella's Reason. Huntress stays in fourth. Fifth to the inside, Chief's Dream Girl, and trailing sixth with the pack is Shoot the Whiskey, and far, far behind, Flight Crew. Almost at the midway point, Cheesy Smile leads. She's up front a length as Borth pecks away at her through a 56-4 first half. Cheesy Smile to the far turn now, tracked by Glenborough. Inside is Ella's Reason. Huntress starts the first over Grind. Fourth now, third outside and driving. Chief's Dream Girl latching on the golden cover. She's second over, tracking a good one from in fifth. Sixth on the move, Shoot the Whiskey. So they start to gang up on Cheesy Smile. Here's Huntress, set to sink her claws into Cheesy Smile at 3/4. 124 and 4 past that post. Cheesy Smile. Huntress on the outside is rolling. Huntress on the outside grabs the lead. Cheesy Smile back into second. Glenborough shoots up the inside as the rail opens up late. Outside off cover. Chief's Dream Girl deep stretch. Huntress trying to hold on for the final 16th. And it's Huntress. The favorite Huntress delivers. Huntress in front. Glenborough second, Chief's Dream Girl third, 150, 1 and 2 for Huntress. The rundown of tonight's third race posted: Ella's Reason fifth, Glenborough second, Cheesy Smile fourth, Huntress the winner, Chief's Dream Girl third, Flight Crew seventh, and the refund, Shoot the Whiskey was sixth. We've got the fourth race next. Kicks off the early pick four. No changes in this upcoming fourth race.
Keep him calm and composed here as they head toward the starting gate for race number 6. It's another look at Carl on the road to the Hambletonian First Stanley Dancer Memorial Division coming up next.
It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate, moving race 6. First division of the Stanley Dancer Memorial, sponsored by Lexington Selected Yearling Sale. Final call for the pick 6. This race for $135,000. Carl. The 8 is 1 to 9. 3, Dame Good Time at 5 to 1. 3-year-old trotters are set. Race 6. Here they come. Off and trotting. Security protected on the outside. Carl just floated away. Amazing Catch is put in play. Dame Good Time from the inside with 6 Sour on the rail. They're about 3, 4, 5 wide. And now Tony Adams cuts the corner. Tony Adams skims the cones, takes the lead. Here comes Security protected on the move up on the outside. 6 Sour is third. Dame Good Time fourth on the inside. Amazing Catch is fifth. Carl to his outside is sixth, and looking to tuck in here in front of Life on the Bluff. And then it's Mars Hill, the trailer. First quarter honest, 27 and 1. Security protected. A sweep from Dame Good Time and Scott Ciron taking charge now. So Tony Adams back in the third position, 6 Sour fourth. And now Carl gets in gear on the outside and picking them off and going to challenge for the lead. Amazing Catch is still sixth on the cones, then Life on the Bluff and Mars Hill, they're at the half. Dame Good Time, and there is Carl on the outside. A methodic move to the front, 55 and 2, 28 and 1. Carl takes the lead with authority as they hit the far turn. Dame Good Time now trotting in second. It's Security protected on the inside third. Tony Adams is fourth. Edging out is 6 Sour from fifth. Amazing Catch needs to get going sixth. Then comes Life on the Bluff. A late move from Mars Hill from the back of the pack. At 3/4, Carl in front there. Dame Good Time on the inside second. Here comes Tony Adams on the outside third. 1:23 for 3/4. They're into the stretch drive. And it's Carl. Carl and Tony Adams on the outside means business. Ucky Spunstead urging on Tony Adams on the outside. Carl on the inside can't trot with him. Tony Adams takes the lead. 6 Sour on the outside closing in, and Dame Good Time between horses. Tony Adams. 6 Sour up in time. Then Tony Adams, then Carl, then Dame Good Time in 150 flat.
monumental upset south of the border. There's been a couple of big prices there tonight, but this one here, Carl, obviously, undefeated. He only had one career defeat last year, and it was by that much, if that much. Tonight, just not his night. Ended up finishing third. As you talked about, he had to try a pretty big panel to make his way to the lead when he did. But yeah, it helped set it up. Sig Sauer and Tony Adams won too, but 68-1 for Sig Sauer. There was on HPI, so obviously inflated into the Canadian dollars, but 200,000 Canadian was bet to place on Carl there.
Yeah, see, my thing all along is I think that Yannick's done a really good job with Carl, but I mean, at all points, I don't see him just driving him like a normal trotter. I think he's kind of holding them together. I think this horse is just winning on talent whatsoever, but I don't see him being the way that he is right now. I don't see the Hambletonian going his way, because what we just saw tonight, he took a lead from the outside, and at no point was he able to really press him to the front. He had to wait for everybody, for the dust to settle. Then he makes a big move, basically getting away 6 on the outside to get to the front. Sometimes a handy horse can beat you, and right now I'm seeing a lot of handiness from Highland Kismet.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with Highland Kismet in a couple of races. He'll be in the 8th race. But if he happens to see it through and win tonight,
he'll win.
Then you're going to see a lot of Carl bandwagons to suddenly jump over too, right? And he'll likely be an overwhelming choice, at least for the upcoming Hambletonian coming up. So exciting times. It's been a great night to watch south of the border. Happy to bring that action in. But we continue with our product here. We've got a real solid 4th. A very good betting race is how we figure it. And look at right now, lukewarm is Ron at 3-1. And I mean, he doesn't show up with a whole lot of wins either. He can be very good. And I was looking through it. Trevor's driven him a bunch. And I think he has 1 or 2 wins, but he's always there. Trevor seems to get quite a bit out of him. We are hopeful to speak to Trevor here. We will be talking to him in live wire here shortly, but a bunch of different opinions. You are the only one going with him on top.
Yeah, there's just, so July, we'll go back to that. July the 1st there, to me, it was a kind of an average kind of a race. Now, then he comes out July 6th, 5 days later, and there's a shoeing change made to flip-flops with him. So I say that, James Dean wouldn't have had a whole lot of time to work on his feet other than just going to a flip-flop to protect them. He raced very good, finished second in there. Now he's got another week to have those flip-flops on. The feet will probably be feeling a lot better. It gives Friday a lot more time to work on those feet. I think that we're looking at a horse that could be sitting on a maximum effort tonight.
And I'm hoping Tyler Jones could come up with one of those patented upsets that he's been known to do with Hale Christian, the 10-year-old off the shelf. Couple of good qualifiers. I think he's going to be ready to go, and he has been pretty live off of qualifiers throughout his career, and hoping that trend continues again tonight. But a great-looking betting race regardless. It kicks off our early pick 4. Let's meet the field before we hook up with Livewire.
Here are the horses for tonight's 4th. Parading number 1, Roll with the Flow. Tyler Borth for trainer Blake McIntosh. Blake owns with Ozzie McKay, Middlebrook Racing LP, and Hut Racing Stable. Jonathan Drury on 2, Jack Panic. Carmen Osiello training, Dan Serafian owns. Lyle MacArthur training, driving 3. He's in control. Partner is Linda Wellwood and Tammy Aspton. Hale Christian the 4. Tyler Jones, trainer Paul Court. The owner is Harcourt Lodge 1. 5 is HP Liz Shadow. Sylvain Filion, trainer Gary Murner. Owner Andrew Harris. Here's 6, Century Inspector. Doug McNair for trainer Blair Burgess. Eric Rosine owns. 7, On Top Rain Man. Michael Whalen with the Walter Whalen trainee. Christopher Nickel owns. Trevor Henry on the 8, Ron. Friday, Dean the conditioner. Owners are Wilma and James McKenzie. Travis Cullen on 9, Code Cracker. Jody Cullen trains, A1 Stable owns. And outside 10, Magical Arthur with Todd Ratchford for trainer Sean Stacy. David Lumsden owns. 4th race kicks off the early pick 4 in 5 minutes.
Getting set for this fourth race, there's the field, and there's one of the top contenders. Ron's his name. We've got Trevor Henry back with us for another edition of Live Wire. Trevor, you've driven this horse a bunch, and I mean, he's not a horse that seems to win all that often, but you seem to get a lot out of him. What's the ideal trip to get him in play?
Well, he's kind of a funny horse. He don't give 100% every week. He still a stud, and he's kind of set in his ways, but the last time I think I win with him, I just come first up and I just sat on the outside with him and took my time, and he reached at the wire.
Hey, Trevor, I mean, last week there, I remember correctly, I think Friday switched him to a set of flops up front. He looks to me like he raced good for you last week. He looks to me like he's even a little more liver out there tonight. Does he feel any different to you week to week?
He is sharper tonight. He's feeling better. I believe that he had the flip-flops on before when I win with him, too. And
right.
It's probably helped him. And last week, you know, sometimes when they switch to the flip-flops, a little heavier shoe, it takes him a little while to get strengthened up to it.
Trevor, tell the people out there, just if you got a horse like Ron that, you know, maybe you think that his feet are a little bit sore, how important is it to get a set of flops on those kinds of horses with sore feet?
Oh, it's very important. A lot of these horses, they get sore on their heels, and the flip-flop just kind of protects their heel. You don't see a lot of it with pacers, more with trotters, but some pacers with the bad feet, it helps a lot.
Trevor, in a couple of races, you've got the mid-season gold final. Captain Vanya for you, in a bit of a rut his last couple, but do you have reason to believe he's going to come up with a better effort tonight?
Yeah, he had some bad luck there about 6 weeks ago. He almost lost his eye. He got a rock in his eye, and he went through quite a bit. He didn't get a lot of work into him before that last gold, and then last week he threw a shoe, and it was just a lot of bad luck. Hopefully he's coming into this race a lot better.
Yeah, he's had a good week?
Yeah, he has a terrific week. I took him to Grand River. He's trained up. He should be good.
How impressed were you with Chain Gang's performance off the shelf in the first?
I raced use him. You know, like he come first up, and I wanted to catch cover, of course, but there was none there to catch, and he raced tough right to the wire. It was a big effort off first start back.
Trevor, do you think the Tampa Bay Lightning will ever win the Stanley Cup again?
For sure they will.
I love it. Calm and cool. We'll let you go. Appreciate the time, Trev. Good luck.
No problem. Thank you.
Starting gate is rolling. We get set for the fourth. Kickoff leg to tonight's early pick four. Wide open contest in the opening leg. Favorite sits at 2-1. That's the 5 HP Liz Shadow. Hit the ticket in each of the last two local starts under the care of trainer Gary Murner. 5-2 on that 5 horse. 5-2 on the 8 Ron. We just heard from driver Trevor Henry. 4-1 on the 1 Roll with the Flow. Set for the fourth race. The early pick four from Mohawk Park starts right now. They're off and pacing. Leaving in the center, Century Inspector busting out fast with good wheels here from McNair. Speed outside from Long Shot Code Cracker now. Inside Jack Panic third, fourth floating HP Liz Shadow. Pole sitter, Roll with the Flow, tucked in from in fifth in the early going. Ron is parked out sixth. Through at the inside from in seventh, he's in control. Then it's back to Hail Christian, and the final two are On Top Rain Man and Magical Arthur. The opening quarter was buzzed in 26-2. Century Inspector wheels the field up towards 3/8. Code Cracker in the pocket. Out of third now, here comes Jack Panic. Jack Panic comes on to challenge Century Inspector on the way to the midway point. Tries to anyway. It's Jack Panic on the outside. In at the rail, Century Inspector. Third is Code Cracker. And Jack Panic's panic button has been pushed. He's in a whole world of trouble through a 54-second half, it appears. Century Inspector's got him limbed out going into the final turn. Jack Panic on the outside. Back into third is Code Cracker. HP Liz Shadow trying to catch up to the cover in front of him. Then inside is Ron from fifth. Sixth overland is Roll with the Flow, suddenly towed up into it. Three-quarter bound. Jack Panic at 7-1 works his way to the front. HP Liz Shadow comes tearing off cover. Also on the move is Roll with the Flow. He's in control from the backfield with a wide rally. 3/4 in 1, 21-2. 27-2, a slugfest of a third quarter. Watch out for Ron. A slippery trip for Ron, and he comes through now for Henry. Outside is Roll with the Flow. It's Roll with the Flow and Ron. Roll with the Flow and Ron on the inside. Roll with the Flow draws clear late to win. It's Roll with the Flow. Ron was second best. He's in control, was third. Jack Panic fourth in 1:49-3. Here's a look at the winner of tonight's fourth race. Number 1, Roll with the Flow. Roll with the Flow is a 5-year-old son of Roll with Joe out of the Arts Place mare Streisand's Place. Owned and trained by Blake McIntosh, partners with Ozzie McKay, Middlebrook Racing LP, and the Hutt Racing Stable. Tyler Borth in the bike for the winning drive. It's the first win this year from 8 attempts as Roll with the Flow. Nab's career victory 16 here tonight, 149-3. The early pick 4 from Mohawk Park starts right now. They're often pacing. Leaving in the center, Century Inspector busting out fast with good wheels here from McNair. Speed outside from Long Shot Code Cracker now. Inside Jack Panic third, fourth floating HP Liz Shadow. Pole sitter, Roll with the Flow, tucked in from in fifth in the early going. Ron is parked out sixth. Through at the inside from in seventh, he's in control. Then it's back to Hail Christian, and the final two are On Top Rain Man and Magical Arthur. The opening quarter was buzzed in 26-2. Century Inspector wheels the field up towards 3/8. Code Cracker in the pocket. Out of third now, here comes Jack Panic. Jack Panic comes on to challenge Century Inspector on the way to the midway point. Tries to anyway. It's Jack Panic on the outside. In at the rail, Century Inspector. Third is Code Cracker. And Jack Panic's panic button has been pushed. He's in a whole world of trouble through a 54-second half, it appears. Century Inspector's got him limbed out going into the final turn. Jack Panic on the outside. Back into third is Code Cracker. HP Les Shadow trying to catch up to the cover in front of him. Then inside is Ron from fifth. Sixth overland is Roll with the Flow, suddenly towed up into it. Three-quarter bound. Jack Panic at 7-1 works his way to the front. HP Le Shadow comes tearing off cover. Also on the move is Roll with the Flow. He's in control from the backfield with a wide rally. 3/4 in 1, 21-2. 27-2, a slugfest of a third quarter. Watch out for Ron. A slippery trip for Ron, and he comes through now for Henry. Outside is Roll with the Flow. It's Roll with the Flow and Ron. Roll with the Flow and Ron on the inside. Roll with the Flow draws clear late to win. It's Roll with the Flow. Ron was second best. He's in control, was third. Jack Panic fourth in 1:49-3.
Back in studio with Chad and Randy on a fun Saturday night. Some action going on in that fourth race roll with the flow. Blake McIntosh's barn, we just looked it up. So he's been getting wins in bunches here, but we know that he's got horses racing all over in the States as well. That was his 11th win of the month of July for his barn, all over right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a heck of a roll. But even up here, we've noticed there that his horses are starting to become really, really live. They were live earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Then they kind of went through a little bit of a funk, and now they're right back good again. Roll with the flow in that last one. I mean, he raced so good the week before. We knew that it was going to set up this way, that he was going to come up with a big effort. But, tripped to death by Tyler Borth. Nice job.
49-3. As we move on, we've got mid-season finals for the Ontario Sire Stakes gold level, thrilled trotting, colts and geldings. Introduced with the 50th season of the provincial program. This is the consolation for those sophomore colt and gelding trotters. Scintillating Tom, who didn't race at 2, has raced pretty well this year. He's been top 2 in 6 of 8. He's only been in 1 gold, and he was 6th in that race. And I don't think we could judge him too harshly on that because he was just too far out of it early on.
Yeah, I mean, but even if whatever he did there, which he didn't race bad at odds of 40-1. It's the next one where he went into non-winners at 2 and all of a sudden changed things up and decides to go down the road. He looked good. I mean, look at the time, 53. I mean, this horse has been getting beaten 55, 54. All of a sudden, he goes down the road and chops it out in 53.
It made it look easy.
Easy. I say that he's going to be really, really tough in here, but I look to try to beat him. The one that we both are going to try to beat him is the 5-horse Salem Sealster. Both of us were really impressed with the late wheels that this guy has. And the thing is with Salem Sealster, too, is you go back to last year, Chad, he was able to get the best of good horses at different times. You know what I mean? He just would not stay consistent. But I think that right now, he does show a couple of little X's in there, but the consistency seems to be a lot better. And I really, really like him when they don't over-race him at the start. I'm really hoping that Scotty's going to, he can always go out of there with him, but look for some cover or whatever. But I think if they save that kick, it's a good one.
He was the grassroots champ last year. I think he had a good winter, is what I think, as he came back and Luke's put him in the SBOA and he's had him in the golds, and I'm sure he's going to continue to try to keep him at this gold level going forward. But the gold 2-back, what it doesn't show on the line, because it shows that he was 5th when he made the break, well, that's where he was charted, but he was actually going for the front. He was to the lead, then made the break.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out that he was going forward in that race. Then last time, well out of it from a tough post, just got to race into him, and then to see, hey, if you pass some horses late, good. Well, you couldn't have been confident that you were going to pass horses late when the fractions popped up the way they did, half and 58. You're chasing the likes of Top Mast, Willow Time, Made of Magic, and he did pretty darn well to get up to 4th in there. I think this horse has turned a corner, basically this summer.
I agree. I think the talent's always been there. It seems like he's a little bit more mature now. But the one that really, really impressed me, Chad, if you go back to the very first gold that he raced in May the 25th, and he has the 9-hole, gets away 9th, comes 3 wide around the last turn. Nobody went anywhere, and he only gets beat 4 lengths. Last quarter, 27-1. This is a couple times we've seen him where that move has been saved, and he's got a big move on the end of it.
All right, so stay tuned for that 5th race, the anchor leg of the Pick 5 as we head back to the Meadowlands. This, the Dorothy Houghton Memorial with the likes of Sylvia Hanover, Silver Label, and Twinbee Joe Fresh. Enjoy.
Starting gate rolling for the field of 9. $140,000 Dorothy Houghton Memorial. FanDuel Mares Open, sponsored by David and Mary Ellen McDuffie. At 4-5 the 2, Twinbee Joe Fresh on a 4-race winning streak at 2-1 the 3, Sylvia Hanover. On gate 7th race. Here they come. And they're off. All Always Be Naughty goes off stride, and Strong Poisons out quickly. Grace Hill showing speed on the inside with Twin B Joe Fresh. Sylvia Hanover just floated away in fourth position with Silver Label fifth, and she's looking to tuck in front of Always Be Naughty, back pacing. And then to the outside comes Zanata, and then Velardo, Harrison Beach Cowgirl is the trailer, and it's Grace Hill shooting for three straight here with Todd McCarthy. Going after her now, Twin B Joe Fresh, the big 2-5 favorite with Dexter Dunn off a quarter, a crisp 27 flat. Twin B Joe Fresh strides up here, takes the lead from Grace Hill, and going after them now is Sylvia Hanover and Bob McClure applying immediate pressure. So it's Strong Poison already back to fourth on the inside. Silver Label is fifth, and then it's Always Be Naughty on the inside, sixth, followed by Zanata. Two more to Velardo, Harrison Beach Cowgirl. They hit the half in 53 and 4, and they hook up on the front end now. Sylvia Hanover reaches up, half-length lead. Twin B Joe Fresh on the inside, counters and quickens. Silver Label off those dueling leaders, third on the outside, in with a threat now. Grace Hill back to fourth on the inside as they continue towards three quarters in battle. Always Be Naughty is fifth on the outside. Strong Poison, no racing room on the inside, sixth. Zanata to the outside, seventh off the speed. Sylvia Hanover on the outside. Twin B Joe Fresh on the inside. They're trading blows in 1:21 and 1 into the stretch drive. And it's still Twin B Joe Fresh gave the cold shoulder to Sylvia Hanover. Here is a Fresh Silver Label on the outside with her stretch offering. Twin B Joe Fresh in front. Silver Label surging late on the outside, but it will be Twin B Joe Fresh, then Silver Label, Sylvia Hanover, and Grace Hill in 1:47 and 3.
Trotters are on the track. Fifth race is next. Meet number 1, Mystery Deal. Tyler Jones for trainer Gaetan Hebert. Gaetan shares ownership with breeder Luke Albrecht. Here's 2 Goober Smack. Tyler Borth with the Susie Kerwood trainee. S&R Racing Stable owns. 3 is our Peaky Blinders. Travis Cullen with the Greg McNair trainee, homebred owned by Tom and Beth Rankin. Storm on Happy Day 4, Sylvain Filion with the Kevin Ben trainee, homebred owned by Stormont Meadows. The 5 is Salem Sealster with Scott Young for trainer Luke Blade. Determination owns. 6 is Mastercraft Trevor Henry for trainer Kyle Bosson. Stephen Colvin, the owner. Spiros the 7 gets Chris Christoforou. Emma Christoforou trains for Harlumbus Christoforou and Irvan Holdings. This is 8 Scintillating Tom. Doug McNair with the Greg McNair trainee. Another homebred owned by Tom and Beth Rankin. The 9 is Elegant Resolve. In Rain 2 Todd Ratchford. Matt Bax trains for Back Stable, Gaelic Stable, Don Allenson, and Happy Trails Stables. Stony Burke is 10. Services of Bert Renault for trainer owner Julie Walker, her partners Nancy Holmes, Yvonne Parmentier, along with 1035 840 Ontario Incorporated. That's the field for race 5. It's the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold mid-season consolation. Wrapping up tonight's early pick 5 in 5 minutes. In behind the gate now for tonight's fifth race. Lining up field of 10. 4 to 5 the offering on 8 Scintillating Tom. Off that dazzling 153-1 victory in his latest against Condition Company. He gets back in with stakes types as they get set to clash in this OSS Gold midseason consolation. Trotters pick up speed. They're set for a start. Two of them capped off. Rail Horse Mystery Deal and the three are Peaky Blinders. They're off and trotting. Good beginning. Storm on Happy Day is out fast. 2 roars down to his right is Mastercraft buzzing to the front. Mastercraft takes charge. Storm on Happy Day is second away. Going to cross in third, favorite Scintillating Tom. Marching up fourth is Elegant Resolve. Then back fifth inside as they go into the turn is Goober Smack. A gap of 2.5 lengths back there. Sixth is Salem Sealster. Then Spiros seventh. Eighth in at the rail is Mystery Deal. Stony Burke lands ninth. 10th away are Peaky Blinders. The opening quarter was 28-2. Into the backstretch, Henry pecks away at Mastercraft, who's leading up to 3/8. Backstretch pressure about to be applied. Scintillating Tom on the outside is rushing up to make the front. And there goes Scintillating Tom, right up to take command on the way to the midway point. Mastercraft into second now, halftime 57 flat. Into the final turn, Scintillating Tom leads it just over a length on Mastercraft. 2 lengths back to Storm on Happy Day third. It's another 2 to Elegant Resolve. That same distance back to Goober Smack in fifth. A length and a half in sixth to Salem Sealster. Seventh overland is Spiros trying to get a rally going. He's stalling though. Inside to Mystery Deal. Final 2 in the field are Stony Burke and trailing are Peaky Blinders. Off stride Goober Smack. Off stride Salem Sealster. 3/4 in 124-4. Scintillating Tom into the lane. Mastercraft out and driving, trying to track down Scintillating Tom. Scintillating Tom into the final eighth of the mile. Mastercraft is upset-minded now, and it's Mastercraft rallying to the lead in deep stretch. Mastercraft and a crafty Henry Steer gets it done. Mastercraft in front. Scintillating Tom was second best. Finishing third was Storm on Happy Day. Elegant Resolve fourth. Numbers are on the board, 6, 8, 4, 9. Here back to victory lane, capturing tonight's fifth. It's the 6, Mastercraft, a 3-year-old muscle mass colt. Out of the Here Comes Herbie mare, Pretty Crafty. Stephen Colvin of Hanover, the owner. Trainer is Kyle Bossens. Trevor Henry in the bike for the winning drive. Mastercraft picks up a second career victory. He's 2 for 5 this year. A lifetime best mile here in tonight's fifth race in capturing the OSS Gold midseason consolation. Mid-season consolation. Trotters pick up speed. They're set for a start. Two of them capped off. Rail Horse Mystery Deal and the three are Peaky Blinders. They're off and trotting. Good beginning. Stormont Happy Day is out fast. 2 roars down to his right is Mastercraft buzzing to the front. Mastercraft takes charge. Stormont Happy Day is second away. Going across in third, favorite Scintillating Tom. Marching up fourth is Elegant Resolve. Then back fifth inside as they go into the turn is Goober Smack. A gap of 2.5 lengths back there. Sixth is Salem Sealster. Then Spiros seventh. Eighth in at the rail is Mystery Deal. Stony Burke lands ninth. 10th away are Peaky Blinders. The opening quarter was 28-2. Into the backstretch, Henry pecks away at Mastercraft, who's leading up to 3/8. Backstretch pressure about to be applied. Scintillating Tom on the outside is rushing up to make the front. And there goes Scintillating Tom, right up to take command on the way to the midway point. Mastercraft into second now, halftime 57 flat. Into the final turn, Scintillating Tom leads it just over a length on Mastercraft. 2 lengths back to Stormont Happy Day third. It's another 2 to Elegant Resolve. That same distance back to Goober Smack in fifth. A length and a half in sixth to Salem Sealster. Seventh overland is Spiros trying to get a rally going. He's stalling though. Inside to Mystery Deal. Final 2 in the field are Stony Burke and trailing are Peaky Blinders. Off stride Goober Smack. Off stride Salem Sealster. 3/4 in 124 and 4. Scintillating Tom into the lane. Mastercraft out and driving, trying to track down Scintillating Tom. Scintillating Tom into the final eighth of the mile. Mastercraft is upset-minded now, and it's Mastercraft rallying to the lead in deep stretch. Mastercraft and a crafty Henry Steer gets it done. Mastercraft in front. Scintillating Tom was second best. Finishing third was Stormont Happy Day. Elegant Resolve fourth. Here's a rundown. Race 5, Mystery Deal 5th, Goober Smack 10th, our Peaky Blinders 6th, Stormont Happy Day 3rd, Salem Sealster 9th, Mastercraft the winner, Spiros 7th, Scintillating Tom 2nd, Elegant Resolve 4th, Stony Burke finished 8th. Race 6 next kicks off the late pick 5, no changes, post time in 11 minutes.
Ultra-talented and situationship from the Svanstead stable. Another serious contender, in my opinion, as we look ahead to the Hambletonian. He's 2 for 3 and looked very good coming back this year. I'll use Special Way on the ticket with winner's bet in the second leg. My single is a buck bet Hanover. I think he's come back so good this season. The veteran performer, great starting spot to work with in that third leg. And I'm 3 deep in that Meadowland space as well. Fun Time by Emma, along with Nijinsky and stablemate Legendary Hanover for me. $1.50 ticket, $36 in total. Race number 8, as mentioned, Stanley Dancer Memorial. And you, I know, were shocked to see Highland Kismet, the newcomer here to the Meadowlands, open up as such a heavy favorite and is still holding at 4-5.
It's kind of crazy to me because Highland Kismet, of course he has a tremendous resume. But TCI, I think everybody is jumping ship just because of one break. And Ronnie Burke last night in an interview with Michael Carter, he just kind of laughed it off. He said, look, sometimes stuff happens. He wasn't worried in the least about TCI being vulnerable in this spot tonight in the Stanley Dancer. Now, all things, I got to reveal. I do like the 5 Highland Kismet to win because there is a degree of vulnerability with number 2 TCI. But had I known that I was going to get 2-1 at post time, and there still is money to be counted, Greg, but TCI at 7-5 or more, I think that's the value play in here.
I think Situationship maybe is the value play at 4-1. This is a horse that's been firmly in the road to the Hambletonian top 10, and he's in fact been in the top 5. And I really like what he has shown so far. Now, the miscue at the beginning last time is certainly concerning at Yonkers, but what a recovery he made after just simply jogging twice at Vernon Downs. So Team Svanstead, as we've seen time and time again when it comes to these races, they are ready to play.
You know what I like about situationship, Greg? The fact of the matter is, this was an Oka Svanstead trotter who wasn't all that great last year at 2. All right, he banked $137,000, but only won once in 9 starts. Thus far this year at 3, he opened the year with a resounding 6-hole win at Vernon Downs at 52-1, followed that up with an identical clocking at Vernon in the Empire Breeders' Classic, and then, as you said, a break before and after the start of the MGM trot at Yonkers, and came back with a scintillating second-place finish to Sir Pinocchio, who won that Triple Crown event. Situationship, we could be sitting on an upset here. There's no doubt in my mind.
Getting a good look at him scoring out quickly here in preparation, and Ake will have him on his toes and ready to go in the spot. Gruesome Twosome, a thought on this one. An intriguing horse, certainly on paper. He had an excellent rookie campaign. He's undefeated this season. But obviously a lot of people feeling this is a far different level of competition, and perhaps too the fact that trainer Daryl Bontrager will do the driving as well, and not a household name here.
No, certainly not. And you know, Greg, you and I talked last night on a night when we had a lot of 2-year-old racing about, especially you don't get all that involved with what happens on the teletimer. But Hoosier Park is a very, very fast track. And I suspect when you have a race with the TCIs and the Highland Kismets and the situationships of the world, they're going to go 51 tonight. And I'm just not sure that Gruesome Twosome is the type of horse who can go 51 with these types of animals. I could be proven wrong. Darrell Bontrager's horse is 9 for 12 lifetime.
Just so many things to look at in this particular division. It's so intriguing. And a lot of these horses are facing each other for the very first time. Coming into the night, we thought, well, this will be the tougher of the two divisions. The first split saw Carl get upended in 150. What could we expect here?
You know, that was just amazing. You know, whenever you see Carl on the lead, you figure the race is over. But Andy McCarthy got his horse into it and ended up paying $335 to place. I mean, that's how amazing the result of that race was. I don't see another shocker in this event, but we certainly didn't expect it in Carl's dash either.
So you said it earlier, if you are a fan of TCI, you're going to get well rewarded tonight, because 9-5, I have to think a combination of obviously the miscue last time out and the presence of Highland Kismet. It's amazing that a lot of people have seen his races in Canada, some in person, but a lot of people here that wouldn't have, but they've been so impressed with what they've seen. They have faith this horse is coming in here and going to be a big player.
It's true, but as someone who prides himself on thinking he knows how the bettors are going to react, if TCI had been himself in his most recent start and rolled over that field in 52 and a piece as the 1-5 favorite, he comes back tonight. I don't think he's a dime more than 2-5, but because of that break and because Highland Kismet comes in 5 for 6, TCI is going off at a very, very juicy 9-5. Like I said, I think this is one of those rare instances where I'm picking the 5 on top, but if I were betting the race, I think my win ticket would be on the 2.
And it's not like TCI didn't turn in a massive recovery when he did reset. He came from 9th to 4th and was only 2 lengths back. Really a Herculean effort to get back into it and threaten in the late going. So I think he's none the worse for wear. We heard Ron Burke interviewed last evening, talked about that. Didn't seem the slightest bit concerned.
No question about that. He was almost giggling about it. I mean, obviously he wanted to win this wide, but it just wasn't in the cards that night. The bottom line was that Ronnie really wasn't concerned. It wasn't like he said, well, we're going to take it a little bit easier tomorrow night in the Stanley Dancer. No, TCI is going to come full bore. And for those who want to back him at 9-5, they could be looking at a reward that they wouldn't have expected if TCI had won this WAG.
Who takes the next step toward this year's Hambletonian? We will find out next. It's the second Stanley Dancer Memorial Division coming up.
And they're at the gate. It's post time. Preferred equine starting gate moves into position here. The wings are opening. Second division of the Stanley Dancer Memorial for $135,000, sponsored by Lexington Selected Yearling Sale. Final call for the pick 4. with that $100,000 guarantee. We've got even money on the 5. Highland Kismet. 8-5 on 2, TCI. 7-2 action on 6, Situation Ship. On gate, race 8. 3-year-old trotters. Here they come. Off and trotting, Highland Kismet missed the gate by about 3 or 4 lengths. Wild Ticket on the outside out fast. That's Bargain going off stride. Situation Ship into second. Into the first turn, TCI just floated away in third position with Caballero on the inside fourth. Next comes Gruesome Twosome, the Indiana Invader. 3.5, 4 more. Gapping early here is Highland Kismet. Way back the early breaker is Bargain. Taking over, it's Wild Ticket at 45-1 with Dexter Dunn in a hot 26-3. Wild Ticket in front, a handful across the backstretch. Situation Ship now trotting in second. TCI tracking along in third. Caballero fourth on the inside. Then it's Gruesome Twosome, followed by Highland Kismet. And the distant trailer is Bargain. Trotting single file at the half. And it's the long shot Wild Ticket out of the pocket. Situation Ship and Oakes Fonstead. That one surges right by. 55-4 for the half. On to the far turn they go. Now it's Situation Ship in front. Wild Ticket on the inside second. As they track to 3/4, TCI still third on the inside. Highland Kismet gets in gear, now fourth on the outside. He's about 5 or 6 off the lead. Stride for stride with Caballero. Then, as they trot past 3/4, Highland Kismet looks to get going. Gruesome Twosome is backpedaling, and they turn for home. 3/4 for Situation Ship. 1:24. They're into the stretch. Situation Ship in front by 2 lengths. TCI trying to bear down on him. Wild Ticket stride for stride with him. Caballero shaking loose late in deep stretch. And it's still Situation Ship who needs the line. Final move, Caballero on the outside flying late. Situation Ship, then Caballero. Then TCI and Gruesome Twosome. 1:51-1.
Horses are on the track. Race 6 is next. The one Hungry Man, Sylvain Filion with the Richard Moreau trainee, Brad Grant the owner. Number 2, Wheels on Fire, Doug McNair for trainer Richard Moreau, again owned by Brad Grant. The 3 is Win Me Back, Scott Young for trainer Nick Gallucci, Millar Farms the owner. Now 4, Uncle Shank, Brett McDonald with the Chantel Mitchell trainee Kevin Harvey owns. 5 is What You Looking At, Jonathan Drury for trainer Dave Maneri, Pollock Racing LLC the owner. The 6 is codenamed Cigar Box, Travis Cullen with the Jody Cullen trainee owned by Paul Sanders, A1 Stable and Ron Cullen. The 7, Emmett's Buddy, Tyler Borth for trainer Mike Kwitnowski. The owner breeder is Arthur Ray. 8 is Stockade Sealster, Trevor Henry for trainer Dr. Ian Moore, owned by Sally McDonald and Paul McDonald. And to complete the field, the 9 is Rock Me Roll Me, with Mario Béarchamp, trainers Anthony Montini, owners Albina Montini, Kwang Sam Lo, Vincent Albanese, and Bill Rogers. It's race 6 to kick off the late pick 5 next.
As we gear up for the late pick 5, 6th race here at Mohawk Park, we bring back Live Wire with this young man right here, Tyler Borth. He's aboard his main buddy, Emmett's Buddy, from Mike Kwitnowski. Back with this big fella here tonight, Tyler. Just tell us overall how you think he's been racing the last couple of weeks.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. I was just wondering if you could just, let us know how you think this guy's been racing the last couple of weeks, Tyler.
If I think this guy is what, Chad? Sorry?
How do you think he's been racing the last couple of weeks? Has he been all right?
Oh, yeah, he's been racing great. Like, he raced so good last week. That was just such a huge mile. And, he just kept coming and coming and coming. Even when he should have been tired, he was still gaining on them down by the wire.
Hey, Tyler, I was just going to ask you there. I know I probably asked you this before there. Now, sometimes you do kind of float him out of there. A lot of times you race him from off the pace. Does he have much gate speed to work with? And if you do use it, does he still have that big kick on the end?
Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of gate speed, and he actually doesn't really want to leave.
Right.
Like, you got to push him to leave. Like, if he had it his way, he would just like to race from the back and race off cover, but a lot of the times that way, you get victim of slow fractions and then you never have a chance. So lately I've been having to use him off the gate and just get him in the race a little bit so I have a shot at the end.
Hey, how do you think this race is going to play out tonight? You think it's going to be wild early again?
Well, there is a lot of inside speed, but yeah, it's hard to say. A lot of times they don't always use their horses with the inside speed, but I think he fits good in here, so we'll probably try to get him out of there a bit.
Hey, Tyler, I'm going to change gears here a little bit with you, but I do want to ask you something. That was the second start that you drove Roll with the Flow for Blake McIntosh. First start you drove him, he raced incredibly well. Tonight he's a winner. Give me some thoughts on Roll with the Flow. He's really starting to come into his own.
Yeah, I think you said we're talking about Roll with the Flow.
Yes.
Yeah, he raced really good last week. I watched the race when Bobby drove him. He just got beat, and I actually know the horse a little bit. I've never drove him, but I've watched him race enough, and I know he's a classy horse. So tonight we had a good post, and the way the race set up, we got a really good trip, and we were able to get it done.
Is he a horse that you think's just going to keep getting stronger?
You kind of cut out, Randy. I said, did you ask if he was getting stronger?
Yeah, is he the type of horse that you think he's just going to continually get a little bit better each week?
Yeah, I mean, that was the first time I had ever drove him, but I think that was a good start for him, and I think he's pretty well back to the horse that he was.
Give me your Meadowlands pick. Meadowlands pace pick, Tyler Borth. Tyler, you still got us?
A little bit. You're kind of cutting out.
Okay, I was just going to ask you there. Who's your pick in the Meadowlands pace?
I'll have to go with Nijinsky.
That's a very, very good pick there. Good luck in here, Tyler.
Thank you.
Starting gate is rolling. Race 6 kicks off the late pick 5. Field of 9 here. 9 to 5 on 7. Emmett's Buddy. 3-time winner from 11 on the year. Just heard from trainer, from driver, Tyler Borth. He's aboard for trainer Mike Kwitnowski. 3 to 2 on him. 5 to 2 on the 6. Codename Cigar Box. 7 to 2 on the 2 Wheels on Fire. 6th race into the stretch. Good to go. Here they come. They are often pacing in a good beginning. Even start from the rail. Hungry Man with some speed. Wheels on Fire. Up alongside him. Emmett's Buddy charging. Codename Cigar Box is 2. Then it's back to Uncle Shank. Going to cross over is Stockade Sealster. Further back towards the inside is What You Looking At. Then to the rail from an 8th. Going into the turn is Win Me Back. And trailing 9th by 3 lengths is Rock Me Roll Me. First panel 26 and 3. Top spot belongs to the favorite Codename Cigar Box. Emmett's Buddy tracks in the pocket. Wheels on Fire 3rd. Hungry Man is 4th to the rail. Able to drop in there. 5th was Uncle Shank after parking almost 3/8. Stockade Sealster gets underway now. 6th outside. Grabbing his cover goes What You Looking At. Then from the backfield, Win Me Back and Rock Me Roll Me trails. On up to the half, chasing Codename Cigar Box. He's under quick pressure as Stockade Sealster takes it to him 55 and 2 the half, and they'll throw down going into the final turn. Codename Cigar Box, rail control, Stockade Sealster second outside. Covered up is What You Looking At. Buried at the rail is Emmett's Buddy. Then Win Me Back, shooting through his Wheels on Fire. Gapping in the backfield, the trio of Hungry Man, Uncle Shank, and Rock Me Roll Me. 3/4 bound over there, 122 and 1. That was 26 and 4. Slugfest of a 3rd quarter. Codename Cigar Box on the outside. Stockade Sealster. Emmett's Buddy at the inside. Flipped off cover comes What You Looking At. Deep stretch lead for Codename Cigar Box as he paces out to a 3 now 4-length lead in deep stretch, and it's Codename Cigar Box coming to the line. He'll win by 3 with Emmett's Buddy second. Up for 3rd, What You Looking At. Stockade Seals your 4th in 1:48 and 4. Top four on the board, 6, 7, 5, 8. 148 and 4 the win time tonight for the 6, codename Cigar Box. A down-the-road score for the 6-year-old son of Custard the Dragon out of the Arts Place mare Art Amour. Owned by Paul Sanders, the A1 stable, and Ron Cullen. Jody Cullen trains. Travis Cullen in the bike for the winning drive. Codename Cigar Box, 8th win this year from 25 attempts. Its career victory, 35. None of those victories quicker than this one. Codename Cigar Box in the 6th. Sixth race into the stretch. Good to go. Here they come. They are often pacing in a good beginning. Even start from the rail. Hungry Man with some speed. Wheels on fire. Up alongside him, Emmett's Buddy charging. Codename Cigar Box is 2. Then it's back to Uncle Shank. Going to cross over is Stockade Sealster. Further back towards the inside is What You Looking At. Then to the rail from an 8th. Going into the turn is Win Me Back. And trailing 9th by 3 lengths is Rock Me Roll Me. First panel 26 and 3. Top spot belongs to the favorite Codename Cigar Box. Emmett's Buddy tracks in the pocket. Wheels on fire 3rd. Hungry Man is 4th to the rail. Able to drop in there 5th was Uncle Shank after parking almost 3/8. Stockade Sealster gets underway now. 6th outside. Grabbing his cover goes What You Looking At. Then from the backfield, Win Me Back and Rock Me Roll Me trails. On up to the half, chasing Codename Cigar Box. He's under quick pressure as Stockade Sealster takes it to him 55 and 2 the half, and they'll throw down going into the final turn. Codename Cigar Box, rail control, Stockade Sealster second outside. Covered up is What You Looking At. Buried at the rail is Emmett's Buddy. Then Win Me Back, shooting through his Wheels on Fire. Gapping in the backfield, the trio of Hungry Man, Uncle Shank, and Rock Me Roll Me. 3/4 bound over there, 122 and 1. That was 26 and 4. Slugfest of a 3rd quarter. Codename Cigar Box on the outside. Stockade Sealster. Emmett's Buddy at the inside. Flipped off cover comes What You Looking At. Deep stretch lead for Codename Cigar Box as he paces out to a 3 now 4-length lead in deep stretch, and it's Codename Cigar Box coming to the line. He'll win by 3 with Emmett's Buddy second. Up for 3rd, What You Looking At. Stockade Seals your 4th in 148 and 4. Here's how they finished in that 6th. Hungry Man 5th, Wheels on Fire 6th, Win Me Back 7th, Uncle Shank 9th, What You Looking At 3rd, Codename Cigar Box the winner, Emmett's Buddy 2nd, Stockade Sealster 4th, and Rock Me, Roll Me was 8th. We'll travel on. Race 7 kicks off the late pick 4 next. Note the 5 Griff is scratched lame. The 6 Ways and Means, all around shoeing change. Steel 2 aluminum.
On talent alone, and you know he's always capable at any time of stealing one, and we kind of thought that might be happening last week. He got loose on the lead and he led for a long way.
This is one of those horses where he's going to be a little bit forgotten in the betting because there are so many other good horses in the field, but certainly is good enough to beat these. Now 3 for 17, you might say, well, that's not a great that's not a great win percentage. Maybe it's not. But Oh Well, as you alluded to, is a lifetime earner of almost $1.3 million. Yes, a big 3-year-old season and a big 2-year-old season. So has Oh Well lived up to those press clippings thus far at 4? No. But like you said, a good speed try in most recent, ending up 4th as Winner's Bet was winning a 3rd straight graduate leg and final, I should say. Oh Well was the 6-5 favorite 2 starts back. That always tells me, Greg, that a lot of the bettors obviously were in this one's corner only 2 starts ago, then jumped off the bandwagon. This is the type of race where if they mix it up on the front end and something just a little bit wonky is going to happen, a horse like Oh Well can do it at a big price.
And the final one we'll touch on with a little over a minute and a half or so to post time here is number 4, Best Friend Volo, getting some support at 11-1. This one has been dominating in Kentucky at Oak Grove in recent starts and comes in off what I would call a real head-turning qualifying win here.
You know, I could be wrong on this one. I just feel the Kentucky Sire Stakes program is so remarkably strong. So good on those folks who get to race there, like Best Friend Volo, who's made a ton of money down in the Bluegrass State. But is racing in the Kentucky Sire Stakes, does that prepare you for facing horses like Best Friend Volo faces tonight, the likes of Winner's Bet and Special Way and Hasty Bid? My guess is that's a no.
Inside a minute to post for race number 9. It is the E.T. Gary Jr. Hamiltonian Maturity. Reminding you they'll be going 1 mile and an eighth an added distance contest. And don't forget that both the 11 Winners Bet and the 12 French Wine start from the trailing tier. Bulky field, a quality group, and can Winners Bet continue his current win streak here and make it 4 consecutive. Starting gate getting set to roll. The next voice you'll hear will be the Hall of Fame voice of the Meadowlands, Ken Workington.
Starter has called the trotters to the gate for race 9. It's post time. Field assembles on the backstretch here and into the far turn. Preferred equine starting gate moving into position for the field of 12. For $425,000, the E.T. Gary Jr. Hambletonian Maturity, 4-year-old open trot. 8-5 on the 7 Special Way. 9-5 on 11 Winners Bet. Those two vying for the favoritism here. 8-1 action on the 5 Hasty Bid. Race 9 at 1 mile and 1/8. They're midway on the far turn. Into the stretch for the 9th race, the E.T. Gary Jr. Hambletonian Maturity field of 12. Going 1 mile and 1/8. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. And there is Chapper Craze like a shot on the far outside, blasts off and goes for the lead. Best Friend Volo on the inside, stride for stride with Hasty Bid now second. Best Friend Volo third on the inside. Oh well, floated away in 4th position. Up Your Deo is 5th on the inside. Special Way is 3 wide in 6th. Keeping her out there, Ari Ferrari J. And then it's Winners Bet towards the inside of that one, followed by Call Me Goo. She's at the rear of the field with French Wine, stride for stride with Help First Edition. And the trailer is Ghostly Casper, 26 for the hot opening quarter, and it's Oh Well and Todd McCarthy. Oh Well in front, Special Way looking for the lead on the outside. Chapper Craze already back to 3rd on the inside across the backstretch. So Best Friend Volo in a second over position, 4th, soon to be 3rd. Ari Ferrari J inches closer, 5th on the outside into the flow. So Hasty Bid is shuffled back. Getting into that flow is Call Me Goo. Call Me Goo, followed by French Wine on the outside. Then a shuffle for Up Your Deo on the inside. And then comes Ghostly Casper, followed by Winners Bet, who's next to last right now. And Help First Edition trails 55 and 2 for the half. On to the far turn they go. And in front now is Best Friend Volo. Special Way on the inside second. Left uncovered Ari Ferrari J on the outside third. Oh Well with no racing room 4th. Call Me Goo second over, all set to flip to the outside, followed by French Wine. And Chapper Craze got shuffled back and is overloaded. They're at 3/4. Ari Ferrari J on the outside, steamrolling, trying to go by. And they turn for home, and it's Ari Ferrari J off 3/4 in 1:23, looking for the upset. And right there on the outside is Call Me Goo. French Wine down the center. And from way out of it, Help First Edition. In deep stretch, splitting late is Chapper Craze. Here is Chapper Craze. In front, Chapper Craze. Right there with Oh Well and French Wine. And Help First Edition in 2:05 and 2.
Here they are for race 7. Number 1, What About Elmo? Tyler Jones for trainer Paul Reed. Paul owns with Leonard Christopher, Jeff Nickel, and Brian Kleinberg. 2 is Captain Vanya. Trevor Henry for trainer Shannon Henry. Trevor Henry stables owns with Jim Fleming and Dave Hudson. Sylvain Filion with 3, Finite. Clark Bealby trains. Coyote Wind Farms owns. Todd Ratchford on 4, Soar Higher. Trained by Matt Bax for the back stable, Brad Grant, Dave Hudson, and Harbor Racing Stable. 5 is out. The 6, Ways and Means, Doug McNair for trainer Mike Keeling, owned by Dreamville Stable and Harbor Racing Stable. 7, Willow Time, Mario Bayarchamp for trainer-owner Mark Etzel, partners Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. 8 is Northern Looker, Chris Christoforou, with the Camilla Christoforou trainee. Harlumbus Christoforou owns with Irvan Holdings. 9 is My Retirement Dream, Eli Wagler, the breeder, owner, and trainer, in the bike Scott Young. And 10, Fabulous Freddy, the services of Tyler Borth for trainer Camilla Christoforou, owned by Harlumbus Christoforou and Irvan Holdings. The 7th race goes to post in about 5 minutes. Race 7 starts the late pick 4.
Seventh race feature of the night, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold mid-season final for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, $150,000 up for grabs. We've got a field of 9 after the scratch at Griff. Right off the bat, Randy, that's significant.
Huge.
Yeah, so favorite right now, Ways and Means, lukewarm at 3-1. That is who you ultimately went with. What leads you to believe that tonight he comes through with this big win?
Well, I mean, I liked him before I got the shoeing change came in earlier in the night. I think that shoeing change is definitely eye-opening. Steel to aluminum all the way around. He's not putting them on him to slow him down, so I'm thinking he's looking for a little bit more speed from this guy, and I really don't think that he's far away from jumping up in the winner's circle in one of these golds. You know, with Griff being gone, Willow Time, you know, he's not racing bad, but I'm not going to say he's been racing at his absolute best either. Mario's going to be driving him tonight, so kind of a new driver for him. I think the Ways and Means is just in a situation here where he can really, you know, maybe get things done.
What about Willow Time in here? I mean, last year he won frequently.
Mm-hmm.
This year he hasn't been able to come through, but he's not been poor. I mean, he's been there. He's been a factor. He just hasn't been able to land that knockout punch yet.
That's the whole problem, though, is that last year the knockout punch was there every start. Now all of a sudden we're seeing him there where it's almost like he's going through the motions.
Yep.
He doesn't, you know, he will race them, but not to the way that he was last year. So something is just maybe not 100% with Willow Time, but I do think that Bob's done a good job in trying to get him better. You know, he's gone really easy on his trip, so at some point I think he will start to come around. That's him out in the track right now, Willow Time, but he just looks a little bit wet for me. You know, I mean, like I don't know. There's just something about him this year. He's just not quite the same.
What about the Christoforou charges? I decided to put Fabulous Freddy on top. I know I'm asking a lot because it's his second start. Back into the gold ranks. I thought he was a good third in the first, but he works on the outside. He can leave a bit. I think he's got to get spotted, and then hopefully he just gets a nice trip that he's towed into contention. But this one here that Chris drives too, Northern Looker's coming off a big effort, and this is kind of a now horse, we could say. He's only got 5 starts.
Yeah, no, and he looked really good last week for Trevor, you know, so he should be able to come right back in this race again. I got him in for 4th, Northern Looker.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't use Fabulous Freddy, but this is the one that I think could come up with a big effort. Now, he's 3-1 right now. Scotty's going to be picking this guy up for the first time. If you throw away that break in the final of the Good Times, the rest of it is just gravy. I mean, it really looks good. He's even got a mile 52-4 underneath his belt already, which really kind of puts him above the wheelhouse of the rest of these horses. So I think that My Retirement Dream, if you're looking for a horse that's got really, really serious value right now, I'd take a serious look at the 9 horse.
I don't mind how my horse looks here. He looks
Yeah,
all right
he
out
looks
there,
very
Fabulous
good,
Freddy.
yeah.
Again, I know he needs a lot of things to happen for him. And speaking of My Retirement Dream and that break in the Good Times was so uncharacteristic of him too.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic. And I mean, you know, really Scotty's in a good situation because he's going to get the outside swing at the gate. As long as he's getting out of there, I think that Scotty could just power right on out of there, maybe land in front And, this horse is a real good horse in front. So I think that My Retirement Dream, like I said, 3-1, that's a real nice number for him.
And if you're shopping a long shot to toss in there, we got to remind you what Trevor Henry said a few races back in Livewire. Captain Vanya missed nearly a month there from the end of May to June. And he's had some struggles, and he said this horse, things could have been worse. He almost lost an eye because of a stone that hit him. So he raced poorly in that goal because he didn't have much into him as far as fitness.
Yep.
And then he threw a shoe in the latest. So he's got excuses.
Oh, absolutely. And I will say this on my own account here, too. I think Captain Wanya looks better out here tonight than we've seen him for a few weeks.
Yeah.
So whatever that they've done with him, I think he's going into this race, I would say, at maybe 4 times better than he was in his last start.
He's held his own in the past in the goals. We'll see. We've got $150,000 up for grabs. Kenny, it's the mid-season final for these 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings.
All right, yeah. A new twist to the Ontario Sire Stakes program this year. Reinventing the wheel, so to speak. 5-2 on the 6, Ways and Means. Doug McNair with that Mike Keeling trainee. 5-2 now favored 9, My Retirement Dream. We've got a group of 9 coming off the turn into the stretch. 7th race field picks up speed. We are set for liftoff. And they're off. Good beginning, Willow Time, charging out of there with speed. Ways and Means comes with them on the outside. My Retirement Dream pushing at the rail. What about Elmo? Then it's back inside. Captain Vanya from in 5th. 6th outside of that one is Finite. Then a 3 wide Soar Higher. Taken back towards the inside, Fabulous Freddy, and a slow start has put Northern Looker back in 9th. First quarter, Willow Time shakes it up. The element of surprise as he's put up front tonight by Béarchon, who sits ahead on him, 26-3 that opening quarter. Willow Time takes them into the backstretch. Second to Ways and Means. 2 lengths back to My Retirement Dream. Third. 4th is What About Elmo, gapping 4 lengths back there. 5th is Captain Vanya. Then 6th is Finite. 7th gap 2 lengths, Soar Higher. Further back to Fabulous Freddy, and it's another 4 lengths back to Northern Looker. Field by the midway point in 55-4. Willow Time rolls right along. He leads the way just over a length in front. Second to the rail is Ways and Means. Then third is My Retirement Dream. He's scooting out of third now to go first over. Picking up his cover goes What About Elmo now, 4th outside. Captain Vanya gapping cover 5th outside. 6th to the rail is Finite. 7th held up in the backfield is Soar Higher, who's going to have to sail out there 3 wide. Further back we go to Fabulous Freddy and Northern Looker. 3 quarters in, 124-2, and they're ganging up on leader Willow Time. Willow Time, Ways and Means. Here to the outside comes My Retirement Dream. Rushing off covers What About Elmo. Willow Time still there with the lead, but they're getting to him. Scooting up the inside as the rail opens up comes Ways and Means. Then My Retirement Dream and What About Elmo. A deep stretch lead for Ways and Means, and Ways and Means scoots through up the inside to win. Ways and Means a length and a half better than My Retirement Dream, and a late driving Finite in 1:53. Back to victory lane, the winner of tonight's 7th race. It's the 6-horse Ways and Means. Ways and Means, a 3-year-old son of Muscle Mass out of the Chocolatier mare. Marion Got Chocolate. Dreamville Stable of Cambridge owns with Harbor Racing Stable of Uxbridge. Mike Keeling, the trainer, and the winning reinsman Doug McNair. Ways and Means with a 2nd victory from 7 starts this season. Its career victory, number 5. Ways and Means takes the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold mid-season final. Equals his lifetime best in the process, trotting in 1:53.
Ways and Means captures the gold midseason final for these 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. I've got Doug McNair here with me. I'll speak to conditioner Mike Keeling in a moment. I seem to be talking to you a lot with these golds lately, which is good news. But talk about this horse's effort here tonight. First, I want to ask you, were you worried you weren't going to get up the inside?
Yeah, there's always a little worry. I mean, anything can happen, but we were following the right horse, and we were at a great spot. We had a 6-hole, and then there was a scratch, so we had the 5-hole. So I figured we'd just shoot him on out of there and try to get lucky.
That kind of leads me into the next question, because Willow Time, he's been searching for the winner's circle, but we know he's good on the front. He got back to the front tonight, so you were more than content to just follow him.
Yeah, that was one of the horses I wanted to follow him, and Scotty's horse, obviously, he didn't have the best draw of things, but we were following the right horse, and he took us to where we needed to go.
This is this horse's first gold win of his career, something you just kind of knew it was a matter of time?
Yeah, he's been knocking on the door. Mike's been working hard on him and getting him in tip-top shape, and tonight he was a different horse. Whatever he changed on him this week, he did a good job.
Nice job, Doug.
Nice chat.
All right, Mike, we'll bring you in here. Head over here. This is my good side. Ways and Means with that gold win. I just, talking to Dougie, I'll kind of lead that to you as well. A horse you just knew it was a matter of time before he got his first gold?
Well, this year, yeah. Last year he wasn't competitive in the golds, but he was a very competitive grassrooter. And someone on this winter where he just came back a little stronger, a little more mature. And first time Doug raced him, he said he's a gold horse this year. So we're just kind of biding our time. He's had some stomach issues, and I think we're on the right side of it now. And when he's calm like that, he's good.
When we get into this kind of weather, the hot sort of allergy type season, he's a horse that seems to handle it fine?
So far, there's been no respiratory issues with him, touch wood, but just a little hind stomach issues, and we just had to find the right diet for him. And you can see it in his attitude. When he's quiet and relaxed and happy, he's a good horse.
I mean, you could see your horse had some trot. Were you a little hesitant too, whether he's maybe going to get to see the inside?
It's always risky, but sometimes it's better to be locked in than locked out, right? So we usually when they get tired, they start to run out. So I figure we might find a spot there. Yeah.
Next Gold's about a month away at Grand River over their new 5/8. Idea to go there, but what do you do with them over the next few weeks?
Well, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going there. Okay. He is Kentucky eligible, and he didn't get around Yonkers. Now, Yonkers is a half, Grand River's a 5/8, but he's not real comfortable on a small track. So we'll see. We'll maybe bring him over there and train him once. Dougie will go with him, and if he's not real comfortable, we might just go to Kentucky for a couple starts. So the schedule kind of works for us that way.
Perfect. Well, you know what? You got some time to decide. In the meantime, just celebrate and enjoy it.
We're a pretty happy crew. Yeah, we are. Thanks, Chad.
All right, there's Mike Keeling. His charge with Doug McNair. Ways and Means gets a 153 mid-season gold final score.
Racefield picks up speed. We are set for liftoff. And they're off. Good beginning, Willow Time, charging out of there with speed. Ways and Means comes with them on the outside. My Retirement Dream pushing at the rail. What about Elmo? Then it's back inside. Captain Vanya from in fifth. Sixth outside of that one is Finite. Then a 3 wide Soar Higher. Taken back towards the inside, Fabulous Freddy, and a slow start has put Northern Looker back in ninth. First quarter, Willow Time shakes it up. The element of surprise as he's put up front tonight by Béarjean, who sits ahead on him, 26-3 that opening quarter. Willow Time takes them into the backstretch. Second to Ways and Means. 2 lengths back to My Retirement Dream third. Fourth is What About Elmo, gapping 4 lengths back there. Fifth is Captain Vanya. Then sixth is Finite. Seventh gap 2 lengths Soar Higher. Further back to Fabulous Freddy, and it's another 4 lengths back to Northern Looker. Field by the midway point in 55-4. Willow Time rolls right along. He leads the way just over a length in front. Second to the rail is Ways and Means. Then third is My Retirement Dream. He's scooting out of third now to go first over. Picking up his cover goes What About Elmo now, fourth outside. Captain Vanya gapping cover fifth outside. Sixth to the rail is Finite. Seventh held up in the backfield is Soar Higher, who's going to have to sail out there 3 wide. Further back we go to Fabulous Freddy and Northern Looker. 3 quarters in, 124-2, and they're ganging up on leader Willow Time. Willow Time, Ways and Means. Here to the outside comes My Retirement Dream. Rushing off covers What About Elmo. Willow Time still there with the lead, but they're getting to him. Scooting up the inside as the rail opens up comes Ways and Means. Then My Retirement Dream and What About Elmo. A deep stretch lead for Ways and Means. And Ways and Means scoots through up the inside to win. Ways and Means a length and a half better than My Retirement Dream, and a late driving Finite in 1:53.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Countless individuals have contributed to the success that has made Brittany one of the world's great standard-bred farms. Partners, owners, trainers, drivers, and caretakers, and everyone at the farm who works to achieve the same goal: breeding and raising champions. It's been an amazing journey, and we couldn't have traveled in better company.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? I'm talking about those first steps, next steps, even missteps. The steps that move us all forward. Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
Hard luck type over the course of his career is Charlie May, and he returns tonight to the scene of the night of probably the greatest disappointment for his connections here in the Meadowlands base from 3 years ago when he crossed the wire first but was subsequently disqualified. Since then, though, he has been able to bang heads with the very best in the sport, and from time to time he can jump up and get his moment in the spotlight, and that's why he's got $2.1 million on his card. And this race has the complexion of one that might set up for him. When he's stalking horses and within range at the top of the stretch, his late kick is nothing short of lethal.
Greg, you know I love a horse who has a tightener over the track. And what better tightener could you go than being second to a Buckabet Hanover in the Dave Brower last week with a 26-2 kicker? Charlie May that night drew post position 9, so had an awful lot of doing to do tonight from post 2. And Jason Bartlett, the ace of racing over at Yonkers Raceway, I suspect Charlie May is going to get a very comfortable seat in the early going. And as you mentioned, if he has that usual pop that Charlie provides, certainly people could be cashing tickets at 7-2.
Getting a last look at the odds board, a Buckabet Hanover continues to hold as your 7-5 top choice. And he is a versatile sort. He can win on the engine, he can win from off the pace or anywhere in between. And that could be a big weapon for him in this outstanding field of 10 for this year's edition of the William R. Houghton Memorial Pace. $428,000 on the line. Once again, upstairs to the voice, Ken Workington.
It's post time for race 10 at 1 mile. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for $428,000. The William R. Houghton Memorial FanDuel Open Pace, sponsored by Fashion Farm. Start of a pick 5 field of 11, 7-5 on the 5. A Buckabet Hanover, the Brower winner, now 6-5. 7-2 on the 4. Vucephalus, the graduate champion. 4-1 on 2. Charlie May. 5-1 the 1. Allywag Hanover won this in 2021. On gate. Here they come. They're off. El Rey shoots out hard for Gingras, goes for the lead. Vucephalus flashing his speed with Allywag Hanover on the inside. And from the second tier, Rock and Roll Runa is now third as Vucephalus sweeps up on the outside fourth. Charlie May is fifth on the inside as they head to the opening quarter. Then it's a Buckabet Hanover sixth now. Christchurch is seventh on the inside, followed by It's My Show on the outside. And then comes Why Not Now and Ruthless Hanover. Ruthless Hanover is stride for stride with Tourasi at the back. 26-1, hot quarter. Vucephalus still looking for the lead. Vucephalus, Allywag Hanover yields grudgingly now. So El Rey back in third position. Rock and Roll Runa stays in fourth. Charlie May to the outside fifth, tracked by a Buckabet Hanover. Tracking him, and It's My Show gets involved from third over position. Then it's Christchurch on the inside. Christchurch is followed by Why Not Now. And then it's Ruthless Hanover, and Tourasi continues to trail. 53-3 for the half. It's Vucephalus in front. Allywag Hanover in the pocket spot as they spin around that far turn. Charlie May making steady progress. He's inching closer and threatening on the outside. And right behind him is a Buckabet Hanover. No racing room for an overloaded El Rey. And Rock and Roll Runa's got pace in between horses. It's My Show fans to the outside. 121-4. They're in the stretch, and it's Vucephalus, the target. Vucephalus, a Buckabet Hanover on the outside, has open road and dead aim and comes at him. Vucephalus, can he answer and quicken? A Buckabet Hanover on the outside, surging. A Buckabet Hanover wins again. A Buckabet Hanover, then Vucephalus, Allywag Hanover, and It's My Show in 147-4.
Horses are out for tonight's eighth. Number 1, Bet the BB gets Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen. Travis owns. Also the breeder Travis. Doug McNair on 2, Watching Sunset. Craig Barse co-owns, trains. Also bred the pacer Nurko Sokolovic shares ownership. Here is 3, Speedy Blinders. Nick Boyd with the Kevin Enman trainee. Enman owns with Wendy Enman. Tamworth Boy 4, handled by Brett McDonald. Trainer Murray Breather. Owners are George and Greg Hunt. 5 is Best Night Ever. Trevor Henry for trainer Anthony Beaton. Beaton owns with David Mercer and West Winds Stable. Lose World is 6 in Rain 2. Sylvain Filion. Trainer is Gary Murner. Owner Gino Toscani. Jonathan Drury on 7. Premier First Star. Anthony Beaton trains for Robert Jones. And number 8 is Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. Tyler Borth for trainer Rene Dion, owned by RAW Equine, along with the S&R Racing Stable. Race 8 coming up next. Post time, 5 minutes.
Three more to go here on the Saturday card from Mohawk Park. Still to come from the Meadowlands. The next one's the big one, the Meadowlands Pace. Looking forward to seeing that action. Maybe a sign of things to come with Harris and Dunn and Pollock and Ehrman.
That horse that just won that race at the Meadowlands, there's a good chance we're going to see him here for the Payson Derby. I would have to think, wouldn't you?
100%.
Boy, is that horse ever racing some
really good.
this
And he
season.
likes it here, too.
Yeah, he does. I think he's better here than he is anywhere.
Yeah. So that'll be just around the corner.
Around the
before
corner.
You know, we'll be talking Pacey Derby and all those big two-year-old stakes, Mohawk Millions. So a lot to come here, but still a couple more here, including our preferred pace in the 9th. But here in the 8th, to kick off the final pick 3, a clear favorite right now, and it appears that that's where he's destined to be, is Lose World for Gary Murner. That barn's been fantastic, putting up career numbers. Returns from Yonkers, where he wasn't out of place whatsoever in the Messenger.
No, raced very, very well in the Messenger. 4th beaten 3/4 of a length in the final at the odds of 18-1. So I think that he more or less really, reached for the brass ring, and he got a great big piece of it there as well. Puts him up to 53,000 this year in 8 starts. So Lose World, I got him in for second. I could see him coming up with a big effort here. I could see him being 3-2 in your favorite. But that horse that's on your screen right now is going to be my top play. That's Best Night Ever. Last week there's just no room for this guy to go. He was absolutely mired in that 2-hole, more or less climbing up over top of horses. When he did shake loose, you would have to think that he was shut down so much that it would take him forever to get going, but he didn't. As soon as he got loose with him, he just took off pace. And so I'm going to come back with Best Night Ever. He's got the inside of Lose World that's on your screen right now, and he looks good. I'm hoping that maybe he might be the one that gets the better trip of the two.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm riding with you on this guy. Loving those troubled trips. He had that. Now he's had that before, and he hasn't been able to come out of it with a win. But this guy's raced so well and put up some good miles. And you talked about it earlier. He doesn't have a mark on him yet, but tonight, if he wins, he's going to get a good mark on him.
Yeah, he is. He's going to come up with a real good mark in here. I mean, it's just a matter of time. At 54-4 for a horse with his ability, sooner or later, he's going to get that 50-49 kind of a mark, and maybe it's going to be tonight. I used Watching Sunset in for third.
Me too.
2-horse. You?
Yeah, no, I did. I was just going to go there next. I mean, although he's moving up, In this certainly deeper waters, he's been racing great, and he hasn't been the favorite in his last couple, but he's proving them wrong, and he's winning those races, and it doesn't seem to matter who's in the bike, and now tonight he gets Dougie.
Yeah, he's just on his game right now, no doubt about that. So, a little bit of a step up. He's going from that buffer between the maidens and the non-winners of two. He's coming up into the non-winners of two, so it's going to make things a little bit tougher for him, but I think that he can handle it. Should come up with a big race. Horse in here, Chad, that I think, I didn't use him in here, but I really like the way that he races, and I think he could mix things up in here and get himself a good trip, and that's Tamworth.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah,
you
he's
talked
got
about him
great
recently,
speed to get out of the gate. He can get himself into a great position. He always seems like he's got good go on the end of it, and can't say enough for the Breather stable.
Yeah, the only difference with our picks, I tossed Giggity on the bottom for the Super. That's kind of where he's been wrapping up in a bit of a fringe player, so I can see that again. But another one's been similar to that is where you go, and that's Premier First Star, who I believe is Garnet Barnsdale's play of the night.
Yeah, I think he is. Agree. And nice little pickup here for Jonathan Drury. Again, we've seen Trevor Henry, who, with a normal drive on Premier First Star, he's going to go with back to best night ever. I say that he knows after last week that he thinks he's the best horse in this race.
Yeah, so you and I both hoping best night ever gets his first win of the year right now, 4-1. But there's the heavy favorite, Lose World. Quick Eye south of the border. Again, for the field, for the Meadowlands Pace. How about Nijinsky opening up at 3-5?
Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's undefeated this year. He's been awesome.
He is, and he raced fantastic last week.
Huge.
But still, opening up 3-5, that is a big, big staple in his repertoire.
Yeah, early favorites, him overwhelming, followed by Fun Time Bayama, then Legendary Hanover, but still a bunch of time before that main event goes. We'll have that coming up after this 8th race. Kenny?
On the gate for tonight's 8th, field of 8, even money on 6, Lose World, Filion and Murner teaming up with the pacer who's 1 for 8 on the year. 7-2 on the 5, Best Night Ever. 4-1 on 2, Watching Sunset. 5-1 on the Rail Horse, Bet the BB. Money spread around as we start our final pick 3 of the evening. It is post time. Here's the 8th race from Mohawk Park. Picking up speed, set for a start. And they're off. Good beginning in the center. Best Night Ever traveling well. Down the center for Henry to go for and get that early lead. Lose World trucks on. Up wide in third is Premier First Star. The rail Watching Sunset up close early fourth. Fifth inside to Bet the BB. Then it's back to Speedy Blinders. Next to last, traveling into the turn is Tamworth Boy. The early trailer is Giggity. First quarter, 26-3. Lose World worked his way to the front, and that 1-5 favorite leads up to 3/8. Best Night Ever working out a beautiful pocket trip. 2 lengths back to Premier First Star third. Then it's Watching Sunset and Bet the BB, Speedy Blinders, Tamworth Boy, and Giggity trails. Single file through the second quarter as they move to the midway point. They'll chase Filion and Lose World, leaders by just over a length. Second to Best Night Ever, tracking the leader through a 55-4 first half. Second split, 29-1. They move into the far turn. Lose World got a soft enough second quarter. Should be tough to catch. Pressure comes from Watching Sunset first over. Pocket sitting third is Best Night Ever. Gapping up inside trip in fourth now is Premier First Star. Failing to advance is Bet the BB. Gapping cover fifth. 6 behind them is Tamworth Boy. Then Giggity. And Speedy Blinders plummets to last. 3 quarters in 123-1. Spinning into the stretch. Lose World spins them home. Leading at a length. Pocket sitter Best Night Ever. Outside third fading is Watching Sunset. Best Night Ever gets clear racetrack and takes on Lose World. Here comes Best Night Ever. Thundering up late in deep stretch. And it's Best Night Ever at 9-2 up to take the lead late. Scooting up the inside, Premier First Star. Holding on was Best Night Ever. Premier First Star, the stablemate second in 150-4. Top 4 finishers on the board. We have 5, 7, 6, and 8. Coming back to Victory Lane, it's 5, Best Night Ever. 3-year-old Better Than Cheddar Colt out of the Cambest mare Before Dawn. Co-owned and trained by Anthony Beaton, partners with David Mercer and the West Wind Stable. Trevor Henry in the bike for the winning drive. It's the first win this year. Career victory number 2, new lifetime mark for Best Night Ever. Here's the 8th race from Mohawk Park. Picking up speed, set for a start. And they're off. Good beginning in the center. Best Night Ever traveling well. Down the center for Henry to go for and get that early lead. Lou's World trucks on. Up wide in third is Premier First Start of the rail Watching Sunset, up close early fourth. Fifth inside to Bet the BB. Then it's back to Speedy Blinders. Next to last, traveling into the turn is Tamworth Boy. The early trailer is Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. First quarter, 26-3. Lou's World worked his way to the front, and that 1-5 favorite leads up to 3/8. Best Night Ever working out a beautiful pocket trip. 2 lengths back to Premier First Star third. Then it's Watching Sunset and Bet the BB, Speedy Blinders, Tamworth Boy, and Giggity, Giggity, Giggity Trails. Single file through the second quarter. As they move to the midway point, they'll chase Phillion and Lou's World, leaders by just over a length. Second to Best Night Ever, tracking the leader through a 55-4 first half. Second split, 29-1. They move into the far turn. Lou's World got a soft enough second quarter. Should be tough to catch. Pressure comes from Watching Sunset first over. Pocket sitting third is Best Night Ever. Gapping up inside trip in fourth now is Premier First Star. Failing to advance is Bet the BB, gap and cover fifth. Six behind them is Tamworth Boy, then Giggity, 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 and Speedy Blinders plummets to last. 3/4 in 123 and 1, spinning into the stretch. Lose World spins them home, leading at a length. Pocket Sitter, Best Night Ever. Outside third, fading is Watching Sunset. Best Night Ever gets clear racetrack and takes on Lose World. Here comes Best Night Ever, thundering up late in deep stretch, and it's Best Night Ever at 9-2 up to take the lead late, scooting up the inside. Premier First Star holding on was Best Night Ever. Premier First Star, the stablemate, second in 150 and 4. Eighth race order finish posted. Bet the BB 6, Watching Sunset 7th, Speedy Blinders 8th, Tamworth Boy 5th, Best Night Ever your winner, Lose World 3rd, Premier First Star 2nd, and Giggity 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 was 4th. Ninth race, 9 minutes away. It's the Preferred, no changes.
Woodbine Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
In the late pick 4. Hope you've enjoyed the program so far. And as mentioned, the main event comes up next. What a field of 10 assembled this year. So many intriguing storylines coming in. But Nijinsky certainly seems like the now horse. He's trying to become just the 4th ever to come in undefeated as a sophomore and continue that streak with a Meadowlands Pace title. Also trying to end a long streak for regular Canadian drivers who've come down and tried to win this race.
Yeah, it's been about 37 years since Frugal Gourmet and Trevor Ritchie were victorious in the Meadowlands Pace, and Louis was trying to end that with Nijinsky. Certainly Nijinsky has the bona fides, a perfect 6-for-6 record this year after going just 1 for 10 a year ago. I was most impressed, Greg, with his most recent effort when he had Fun Time Bahama look him in the eye, go by, and then Nijinsky battled back to get a hard-fought victory in 147-3. He looks to stay perfect, and it certainly wouldn't shock anybody if he were to.
Big turnaround for him this season. But what an accomplished group that he faces here tonight. We have last year's Breeders' Crown champion in the field in Gem Quality. We've got the Metro champion in Captain's Quarters as well. And you wouldn't be shocked if either one of them jumped up and were to win here, but it's the stablemate to Nijinsky, Legendary Hanover, who's the solid second choice based on his impressive elimination victory.
You know, you don't sit too many three-hole trips, swerve and sprint by horses of this caliber, but this son of Meadowlands Pace champion Huntsville really looked good in a 24-4 clocking. Remember back on May the 18th, he was at that time the leader in the clubhouse to possibly win the Meadowlands Pace off a sizzling 148-3 effort. It wouldn't surprise me if Anthony Beaton was in the winner's circle, but without Nijinsky.
How's the race going to unfold? Dave, give us your best assessment on how you see the trip going. You know, the only recent winner to come from back of fifth at the opening half mile and win was Courtly Choice. So it tells us that this day and age, you have to be up into the mix with a half mile to go to give yourself a realistic opportunity.
Because I think the 7, 8, and 9, Captain Albano, Captain Luke, and Captain's Quarters, are all going to be leaving the gate. I see a couple of lead changes to the half, and I think that half could be reached in 53 flat or quicker. And that's why I'm hoping that my selection, number 4, Mirage Hanover, can sit off the early action. And Tim Tetrick, who looks for a record-tying 7th driving victory in the Meadowlands Pace, can he follow a live second or third over trip and uncork a 24-3 final quarter as he did in an overnight 2 starts back? If he does, it'll be big balloons in the Meadowlands Pace.
And if he does, that will be Meadowlands Pace title number 7 for Tetrick, and that would get him into a tie with the great John Campbell for the most all time.
So, Greg, I like the 4 Mirage Hanover 20 seconds ago. Who you got?
I've got Nijinsky. He's just too versatile. It doesn't matter what they throw at him. I think he can handle it in this spot, but he will have to be every bit as good or better than he was last week. The starting gate getting ready to roll. Nijinsky is the favorite. Favorites have done well in recent years. 7 of the last 9 winners were sent off as the bettor's choice, and we'll see if Nijinsky continue that trend here. We're getting set to go. $650,000 on the line in the 48th edition of the Meadowlands Pace. Back upstairs to Ken Workington.
Sugar Valley Farms warm-up is complete. It's post time for race 11. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for $650,000. The 48th edition of the Meadowlands Pace, sponsored by Global Tote, Field of 10 lining up. 4-5 on the 3, Nijinsky. At 4-1, the 6, Legendary Hanover. The other elimination winner, 9-2 on 2, Fun Time by Emma. And the others in double figures. Race 11, Meadowlands Pace final. Here they come. And they're off. Captain Luke from the outside blasts off with Captain Albano. And there goes Gem Quality shooting through between horses with early speed. It's Saturday night put in play. He is 3rd. Fun Time by Emma is 4th. So Legendary Hanover 5th on the outside heading to the quarter. Nijinsky 6th in the early going. That one stride for stride with Captain Albano on the outside. And in between them is Mirage Hanover's jammed up early and heavy traffic at the back. And then comes Number Cruncher in the early trailer. Captain's Quarters, first quarter up in a hot 26-2. So Fun Time by Emma and Dexter Dunn take the lead across the backstretch. Fun Time by Emma leads the way. Captain Luke pockets up after the quick start, and here comes Legendary Hanover on the move up. As Gem Quality is now 4th on the inside, stride for stride, with Nijinsky's making steady progress, tracked by Mirage Hanover in the other flow. Then it's Saturday night on the inside. Saving ground is Number Cruncher at the back. Captain's Quarters trying to get underway, and the trailer is Captain Albano, 53-2, 27 flat midway on the final turn, and it's Legendary Hanover and James McDonald. Fun Time by Emma right there, taking dead aim. Captain Luke on the inside 3rd. Nijinsky poised to pounce from 4th. He's tracked by Mirage Hanover on the outside 5th. And looking for room, Gem Quality has pace. They turn for home. It's Legendary Hanover, 120-2 in the stretch of the Meadowlands pace. Legendary Hanover striding clear by 2, now 3. He's getting separation on Captain Luke and Gem Quality. Nijinsky not tonight. Legendary Hanover and James McDonald win the Meadowlands pace. Then it's Nijinsky, Gem Quality, and Captain Luke in 1:46-3, a stakes record. Judges have posted number 6, Legendary Hanover, 1:46 3/5, the fastest Meadowlands pace in history. A final quarter of 26-1. 6, Legendary Hanover first, and a photo.
Horses are out for tonight's ninth race. Preferred pace led by One Which Way to the Beach. It is Sylvain Filion for trainer Gary Murner, owner Gino Toscani. Jabberwocky number 2 gets Trevor Henry for trainer Rick Ziron. The owner Rick Ziron Stables, Jim Walker, John Donato, and Earn It to Burn It Stable. Next is 3, Poseidon Sealster, Tyler Moore for trainer owner Don Lindsay, partners Paul Kleinpaste, Will Alampievich, and Garth Bechtel. Blue Hunt 4, Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen, owned by To Get Racing LLC, Donald McCrae, and Stephen Klunowski. PL Aussie the 5, handled by Brett McDonald, trainer Richard Moreau, owners Jody Sanderson, Michael McKenna, and Darren Smith. And the 6, Right Me Rose, completes the field. Doug McNair for trainer Kyle Fellows. Windermere Stable LLC, the owner breeder. It's race 9 coming up in 5 minutes.
On the heels of local James McDonald winning the Meadowlands Pace with legendary Hanover, what a race that was, we turn our attention back here to our product with the Preferred Pace. And we've got Tyler Moore, who I'm sure dreams of winning those big races someday, Tyler. But for now, you got to sit behind Poseidon Sealster at the preferred level. And I know you weren't aboard last week, but man, he raced pretty good, didn't he?
You're kind of spotty. I think I got most of what you said. I do dream about being in one of them races, that's for sure, though.
Yeah, and the other thing, I was just talking, Tyler, about Poseidon last week. I thought he was real live up the inside.
Yeah.
I mean, did you have an indication that you thought he'd be that good last week?
Yeah, like, I drove him 2 starts ago, and I think he was off for a couple of weeks before that race, too, and I thought I would be getting away with cover. Ended up being first over, but he did race super. And then Bobby drove him last week. He drove him great, and obviously he raced great. He's a very spectacular horse. He's one that I always love to get to ride. He's like a sweet drive. So.
Hey, Tyler, I was just wanted to ask you. First off, I just wanted to say to you, congratulations on the Huntress. You must have been pretty happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Now, the other one I wanted to ask you about there, the Vicar, did he kind of get caught up into some bad flow?
Yeah, the last turn, just getting into it, I had him out and going, and I didn't expect Phil to be pulling that horse like he did, and I ended up crashing right into the back of him there. Like I could hear his knees hitting the bike seat, and I got to give that guy credit because he's free-legged, and he did run, but like it probably didn't look like he did much, but he come out of it, and then you've driven lots when you stop them like that, and then I flipped him 3 wide and pulled the plugs, and he come 26 on the end. So I was quite happy with him. It's kind of upsetting the way the race went for him, but I do feel very hopeful for him. Hopefully he has some better luck next time.
Super. Now let's talk a little bit again about Poseidon Sealster. What's his best trip, Tyler? Like, how do you think that he races his best? Leave, not leave? What's your kind of plan there?
He likes to be up close. His best trip does rely on his last trip too, I find. If he's bottled up the week before, he can give you a real nice effort his next start. But he does like to leave and get up close. He's very handy at that. He's very easy. But if he's covered up and shakes loose late, like I do remember the last time I went with him, I just rimmed up the inside and just got there in the New Holland series, and the week before I kind of just buried him up and took him to the back, and he braved himself. So it's hard to say exactly. Like, he likes to cut it, he likes the helmet. He's just very versatile that way. He can always come from off the pace too. Like, he's got a quick turn of foot if you save it too. That's I think that's what makes this horse so nice. He's very, very open to either way you do it, and obviously every trip's going to matter. But like, depending on how the program reads and where he draws, he can be either or.
For a big horse, can he get into top gear instantly?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
you can flip
that's a big advantage, right?
Absolutely, and his top gear is amazing. Like, he can just flip the switch. You can shut him right back down, and then you can try to turn it back on again if you need to too. So.
Tyler, you're having a career year as a trainer, and you're setting up more starters. Are you trying to have more of a balance between, kind of doing both?
Yeah, I really like training. I love coming to the barn every morning, and watching my horses on the track and doing well. And some nights we have bad nights, some nights we have good nights. But it is a different side of things compared to what I'm used to driving. Like, when I have a bad night of racing with my own, it can kind of prolong itself for a week, as opposed to if it's a bad night of driving, it can you can turn things over pretty quick, almost even the next race, depending on how it goes. But I do really enjoy training. Right now we have 6 horses in the barn, probably 5 here soon, but it's always just been a small number for me. But hopefully I can expand and grow and keep plugging away.
All right, well, thanks, Tyler. Keep up the good work and appreciate the time. All the best.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Starting gate is rolling, field moving in, lining up for race 9. It's the preferred pace. Which Way to the Beach has been the king of the castle here in recent weeks. 3 straight scores for him. He'll try and keep the ball rolling tonight. A microscopic price though, 3 to 5 on him. 5 to 2 on 6, Write Me a Rose. He too has held very consistent form. Compact field, but a gritty field. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Blue Hunt quick off the gate down the center. Through at the inside is Which Way to the Beach. Splitting horses early, Jabberwocky. Poseidon Sealster takes back, so does Pialazzi, and Write Me a Rose as well. Filion lands on the lead as he scooped it up with Which Way to the Beach. He'll cut it out until challenged. Jabberwocky in the pocket, Blue Hunt is third, then Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Write Me a Rose. Which Way to the Beach in 27 flat wheels him into the backstretch. He's up front a length and a half. Jabberwocky second, Blue Hunt is third, then Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Write Me a Rose can see them all. Coming up to 3/8, and they pass that post, chasing Which Way to the Beach, the favorites in charge. Jabberwocky in the pocket spot, Blue Hunt is third, Poseidon Sealster fourth, then Pialazzi and Write Me a Rose. It's been a snooze fest so far. Which Way to the Beach getting things his own way, 55 and 1 the half, 28 and 1 the second quarter. He gets big time respect up front. Jabberwocky continues to trip out, Blue Hunt third, Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Write Me a Rose. Midway point of the final turn. Blue Hunt is on the move out of third, giving cover to Poseidon Sealster from in fourth. On that lead, Which Way to the Beach, leading a length on Jabberwocky. First over is Blue Hunt. Outside with cover, Poseidon Sealster. Pialazzi at the rail. Write Me a Rose swings home trailing. 3/4 in 120, 2 and 2, 27 and 1/3. And it's Which Way to the Beach. Looking for room from the pocket spot in a tight spot. Jabberwocky. Cullen won't give him an inch of room. Still there. Which Way to the Beach. Jabberwocky up the inside. Blue Hunt is third. It is Which Way to the Beach to win Which Way to the Beach again. 4 in a row, the Grand Slam. Which Way to the Beach in 149. One, two, four, six, top 4 finishers from tonight's 9th race. The one Which Way to the Beach takes the preferred. 4 consecutive scores for him. 6-year-old son of some beach somewhere out of the Art Major Mare Swinging Beauty. Gino Toscani of Mount Hope, the owner. Trainer is Gary Murner. Winning reinsman Sylvain Filion. Which Way to the Beach notching his 6th win this year. Career victory 24. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Blue Hunt quick off the gate down the center. Through at the inside is Which Way to the Beach. Splitting horses early, Jabberwocky. Poseidon Sealster takes back, so does Pialazzi, and Right Me Rose as well. Philion lands on the lead as he scooped it up with Which Way to the Beach. He'll cut it out until challenged. Jabberwocky in the pocket, Blue Hunt is third, then Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Right Me Rose. Which Way to the Beach in 27 flat wheels him into the backstretch. He's up front a length and a half. Jabberwocky second, Blue Hunt is third, then Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Right Me Rose can see them all. Coming up to 3/8, and they pass that post, chasing Which Way to the Beach, the favorites in charge. Jabberwocky in the pocket spot, Blue Hunt is third, Poseidon Sealster fourth, then Pialazzi and Right Me Rose. It's been a snooze fest so far. Which Way to the Beach getting things his own way, 55 and 1 the half, 28 and 1 the second quarter. He gets big time respect up front. Jabberwocky continues to trip out, Blue Hunt third, Poseidon Sealster, Pialazzi, and Right Me Rose. Midway point of the final turn. Blue Hunt is on the move out of third, giving cover to Poseidon Sealster from in fourth. On that lead, Which Way to the Beach, leading a length on Jabberwocky. First over is Blue Hunt. Outside with cover, Poseidon Sealster. Pialazzi at the rail. Right Me Rose swings home, trailing 3/4 in 122 and 2, 27 and 1/3. And it's Which Way to the Beach. Looking for room from the pocket spot in a tight spot. Jabberwocky. Cullen won't give him an inch of room. Still there. Which Way to the Beach. Jabberwocky up the inside. Blue Hunt is third. It is Which Way to the Beach to win Which Way to the Beach again. 4 in a row, the Grand Slam. Which Way to the Beach in 149. Rundown race 9, Which Way to the Beach. Your winner, Jabberwocky second, Poseidon Sealster finished fifth, Blue Hunt third, Pialazzi sixth, and Right Me Rose was fourth. Tenth and final up next, 10 minutes away from post time. Monster carryover for tonight's jackpot high five, over $200,000. We have no changes in race 10. It's coming up in about 10 minutes.
Back in studio with Chad and Randy. We've got a bunch to talk about for the finale. We'll do that after the parade because we are going to head back to the Meadowlands. One more stakes. They have two more, but we have one more we're going to be able to get in. Another Jerry Silver Memorial. This one we'll see. It's a love thing. A couple other locals in there too, but it's a love thing. Looks like the one to beat in there. But we want to get through your stuff, Randy. We always like to see who your horse to watch star of the card is. So let's start with horse to watch.
Okay, horse to watch. We're going to go back to the race number 7, and that was the trotting stake final with Willow Time in that. And we are going to go with these number 3 horse, Finite. Finite?
Finite, yeah.
Finite. So anyway, I think that this is one of his better, races for Clark. I really, truly do. I mean, you can see Sylvan. He's gapped out a little bit around the turn right now. They're doing some real serious trotting up front here. He gets him back out around him, and boy, nice drive by Sylvan. He stays on Tyler's helmet for just a little bit longer. This is a veteran move. I'm kind of showing this for this reason too. This is what a veteran driver does. He stays with him, and now he takes another shot with him. And look at this guy come forward, comes up with a real nice third, and on the run out, I would have to say that he's probably by my retirement dream. I thought it was a great drive by Philion, and I thought that Finite raced really, really well.
Is this not one of the more wide open divisions we have in the provincial program right now?
I think so, yeah.
Right. I know last year it was just kind of a couple of them. Griff and Willow Time seemed to be the 1-2. But this year it's, still them obviously for a good piece of that. Now Ways and Means got his hat thrown in there. Finite could be popping up. Maybe some of the Christopher ones. This is going to be a good back half of the season to watch these colts.
Absolutely. And the 3-year-old trotting fillies were kind of the same route with that. You know, our Eliza, Willie's home run. Willie didn't race so good her last start. Eliza got beat. New people coming all the time, right?
That's right.
Okay, so star of the card. I mean, Trevor Henry had 3 wins tonight, so that was a big move. We could have went there. Travis Cullen and Jody Cullen, they had 2 wins tonight out of their own stable, so they both had a couple. Sylvain Filion, we just seen him. We showed him with our horse to watch. He's also had a couple wins, but instead, we're going to go back to the 2-legged tonight, and that is going to be the trainer. And I would say, maybe groom by the way that this winner's circle goes, Mike Keeling. That is Mr. Mike Keeling right there standing at that horse's head. It's done a great job with Ways and Means. And I love the interview you had with him when he mentioned that the horse was having stomach issues. That is such a big killer to a horse. Like, it is so hard for them to go out and give you 100% when they're when their stomach is bothering them. So he found that, changed his food. I was talking to Dougie. Dougie said when he used to go out and drive it, the horse would crap all over you. He ended up changing the feed that the horse has. He went out tonight, absolutely perfect, and raced a huge effort. So Mike Keeling, great homework on your part. Congratulations on this big win tonight. Keep it going. Mike Keeling, you are my star of the card.
Congratulations to all the connections involved with Ways and Means. Again, with that OSS mid-season gold final that we had here tonight. Still one more to talk about with the jackpot high five in the finale, over $202,000 into the carryover, almost 20 grand already in new money. But before we get to that, the parade and then Randy and I breaking it down, we're going to head back to East Rutherford, New Jersey. Here is the Jerry Silverman Memorial for 3-year-old Pacing Fillies, second division. 7-5 favorite. There she is. James McDonald, fresh off his big win, looking for another. And she is clearly the one to beat here, Randy.
I really hope James has some luck, Chad. It's been a bad night for him.
Yeah. Keep your head up, buddy. So race number 12. Let's head over there and listen to the boys break it down.
Those horses in 49 and 4 and 49 before the Fan Hanover. My girl EJ has done very well in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action since the Fan Hanover. I just feel that right now, my girl EJ might be a little bit more prepared for a big mile tonight, and I give her a slight edge over It's a Love Thing and what figures to be another thrilling finish. And James McDonald, I mean, hey, he's looking for his 4th winner of the night.
And number 1, Flawless, was exactly that last time out, racing in a Pennsylvania Sire Stake event at Harris Philly. Wired the field in sub 150 time and gets an inside post to work with here. So I would think one of the main contenders to the top 2 we've talked about already.
I'm not telling you that Flawless has no chance, because that would be silly. However, in the Fan Hanover, Flawless was a 7th place finisher in the final at odds of 100-1 and a 4th place finisher in her elimination at odds of 39-1. And that really plays a big part for me. I know that Flawless has raced well in 2 straight since, but I know that my girl EJ and It's a Love Thing, they were the best 2 in the Fan Hanover, whereas Flawless was nowhere near that lofty a position when they all squared off at Woodbine Mohawk Park on North America Cup night.
Geocentric, we should touch on her quickly as we're moments away from the start of race 12. Geocentric, the filly who came very close to an undefeated season last year. It's been a different story early on this season, just 1 for 4 coming in. A little bit of adversity early in the campaign, and it doesn't get any easier tonight, saddled with post 10.
No, it doesn't get any easier, and you love Tetrick and big money races at the Meadowlands. We love Brian Brown as well, but Geocentric simply hasn't been the best horse. So is tonight a building block, a nice effort for Geocentric, maybe follow some cover and tighten up real well, so that for the rest of the season, we can see a horse who was close to as dominant as she was as a 2-year-old.
The countdown clock ticking down to inside 30 seconds to go here for race number 12. It will start the final pick 3 on the Saturday program. It's the second Jerry Silverman Memorial Division for 3-year-old filly pacers. 6-5 in favorite as the gate rolls. It's a Love Thing and James McDonald. Again, here's Ken Workington with the description.
Sugar Valley Farms warm-up is complete. It's post time for race 12. Final call to wager on the pick 3 here. Our final pick 3 tonight. 3-year-old filly Pacers heading to the gate. Preferred equine starting gate moves into position here for $100,000 second division of the Jerry Silverman Memorial, sponsored by Odds On Racing and Winback Farm. Field of 10. 6-5 on the 5. It's a love thing. At 2-1 the 4. My Girl EJ. 6-1 action on the 1. Flawless. On gate race 12. The field picks up speed. Here they come. They're off. Odds On Steno from between horses. It's Miraculous Dale from the inside going for the lead. And My Girl EJ just floated away there. Cutting the corner on her is Flawless into second. My Girl EJ is third. And now Odds On Steno fourth on the outside. It's a Love Thing is fifth on the inside, has rail position. Then it's a Rocket Dale on the outside, followed by a Raining Jade, stride for stride with Geocentric, who's trying to go up on the outside. Stonebridge Halo is next to last, and Sweet Gal trails 27-1 across the backstretch they go. My Girl EJ sweeps to the front now at 8-5. My Girl EJ and Dexter Dunn taking it away from Miraculous Dale, now second. Flawless Captivate in third. It's a Love Thing in fourth position. Edging to the outside is Rocket Dale trying to flush her out. And then Geocentric is sixth now, followed by Raining Jade on the inside. Then it's Sweet Gal and Stonebridge Halo. And the trailer past the half is Odds On Steno. 55-2 is the rated half. On the far turn with 3/8 to go, it's My Girl EJ. Going after her, It's a Love Thing on the outside, soon to be second. In the pocket spot is Miraculous Deo as they continue on the turn. Rocket Deo is second over in prime striking position with Flawless fifth on the inside. And trying to gear up is Geocentric from third over, about 5.5 from the lead here. It is My Girl EJ in 123 2/5, 27-4. My Girl EJ in front. And now It's a Love Thing takes dead aim on the outside. My Girl EJ, It's a Love Thing. These two in a slugfest. Late pace from Geocentric up on the far outside in deep stretch. It's a Love Thing inching in. It's a Love Thing. James McDonald with a grand slam. And then My Girl EJ and Geocentric in a photo. 149-1.
Horses are on the track for tonight's 10th race. Wrapping things up, here's one Larry Carr, Sylvan Fillion with the Dean Nixon trainee. Earl Hill Jr. is the owner. Number 2 is Toronto. Ed Hensley with the Ashley Hensley trainee. Ed and Ashley share ownership. Tyler Jones with number 3, the Greek Freak. Gary Murner training, Gino Toscani owns. Flying Even Better 4 with Doug McNair for trainer Richard Moreau, Brad Grant the owner. 5 in the field is Stone Carver. Todd Ratchford with the Anthony Beaton trainee, Robert Bridges, the owner breeder. Number 6 is Respect Our Flag, Travis Cullen with the Jody Cullen trainee, Travis and Ron Cullen owned with Paul Sanders. 7 is Livin' the Beach Life. In reign to Trevor Henry, trainer Victor Putty, owned by Gord McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. The 8 is Dream Fair Arnie B. Jonathan Drury for trainer Jody Cullen, the owner John Lamers. 9 is Frankie with Tyler Borth for trainer Blake McIntosh, the owners Tim Dickinson. And the one that completes the field is 10 Sometime, Somewhere. It's Brett McDonald for trainer Richard Moreau, owner is Robert Jones. 10th race to post in 5 minutes.
Tenth and final on this fun Saturday night. Jackpot High Five available to play. We've got a full group of 10. Here's a look at the current favorite at 2-1. It's 3, the Greek Freak. And in tow, that's Tyler Jones back for another edition of Live Wire. Tyler, this horse with just 1 win so far this year, but he always seems to be in the thick of it. What does he need to do to land that knockout punch?
Not be in with killers.
That helps.
I mean, I thought he raced unbelievable when Emmett's buddy beat him, and then last week Travis Cullen's horse was just too good. And what are you gonna do? Sometimes second is the best you can do.
You know, Tyler, there, I thought last week there you looked like a boxer that was just going into about the 14th round there. You were ducking and diving and all over the place with this guy trying to find him some room. Was he pretty live in that last start?
Nah, he's been live every start. The last 4 starts, I think he's paced 49. He's just a really good horse.
And he's right on his game right now?
I think so. I think Gary and his staff got him right where we need him.
You know, he's raced from the back in the past, but does he prefer to be right up into the thick of things, right into the pace?
He has been just a dead closer. I mean, he can come home 25 like when it sets up right for him, but just the races that I've been in, there's just been that one horse that I know I can follow up close, so it's just worked out that way.
I would think that's what you're eyeing tonight from an inside post.
Yeah, no prisoners tonight.
Oh, I love that there. I'll tell you, that's a great live wire to hear in this last race of the night there, Tyler. I was just going to ask you there too with him, when you have you ever actually maybe ever tried chopping a mile with this guy?
Well, I haven't, but we'll see what we can do tonight.
It's even getting better.
Just quickly to the fans tuning in, we do have a late scratch of the 1 Larry Carr. So your post is going to go down to the 2-hole now, Tyler, with the Greek Freak. Last night, you and your dad teamed up with Alimony Mike. I know it was a grassroots, but is that a gold colt in your opinion?
We've had, I don't know if you saw all the equipment that he's got on, but he's been a project. And he is out of a very nice mare. That's my dad's pride and joy, that Color Me Pretty. She's been nothing but really good to him, and he's the last foal out of the mare. Unfortunately, we had to put her down. She was 20 years old, and she wasn't going to make it through the winter, so we put her down, and this is the last baby, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, well, I mean, he raced good, last night, and it looks like he's got even more to offer.
Yeah, I really hope that he turns into his brother Don't Rush, and that can give us a lot of fun.
All right, well, we'll let you go. We're going to line up here for the finale. Appreciate your time, Tyler, and all the best.
All right, thank you very much.
Guys did mention the 1 Larry Carr late scratch here lame. If you missed it, the 1 Larry Carr scratched lame from tonight's 10th. There will be consolation double paying off on Larry Carr. If you've used him in multi-leg wagers, pick 3, Pick 4, late pick 5, you'll get the post-time betting favorite to replace him. Final call for wagering as the other 9 are getting set to line up. Starting gate is rolling, horses are moving in. Lining up for tonight's 10th and final. Holding as the favorite here, number 3, the Greek Freak. 1 for 22 is the record on the season coming in for him. Heard moments ago from his driver, Tyler Jones. Second choice at 3-1, number 8, Dream Fair Arnie B. He struggled with consistency, certainly capable on the right night. Living the beach life at 7-2. Into the stretch, 10th race, field of 9. Here they come. And they're off. Good beginning. First away down the center, fires out, flying even better. Leaving inside of him is the Greek Freak. Speed up on the far outside ×2 as both Dream Fair Arnie B and Frankie tee off. Flying even better, shot to the early lead. Under attack from Dream Fair Arnie B as Drury mats it with him. And here comes Dream Fair Arnie B sweeping up to find the front. Back into second, flying even better. Jones sat in for the first quarter, but he sits ahead for the next one. 26-3 that opening quarter, and it's Dream Fair Arnie B on that lead, coming under pressure as the Greek Freak is up and driving to take him on. Back into third is Flying Even Better. A wild first half coming up here. The boys are rolling in the finale. The Greek Freak on the outside, sweeping to the front. Back into second, Dream Fair Arnie B. Then third inside, Flying Even Better. Frankie gap 3 lengths back into fourth. 53-4. Wild first half speed there. Popped out of fifth comes Stone Carver. Picking up his cover, Living the Beach Life. Then inside is Toronto. From the backfield, sometime, somewhere. And Respect Our Flag at the inside with 3/8 to go as the trailer. On to 3/4 now, and it's the Greek Freak. Favored leads the way. Pressure from Dream Fair Arnie B is coming as he pulls pocket right now for Drury. Then it's back into third to Flying Even Better. In at the rail fourth, Frankie. 3/4 in 122 into the stretch. And it's the Greek Freak still there with the lead. Dream Fair Arnie B pulls pocket and goes on the attack. Coming up to 7/8. The Greek Freak. Dream Fair Arnie B trying to track him down late. The Greek Freak digs in. Dream Fair Arnie B just not quitting. Deep stretch. The Greek Freak battles on. It's the Greek Freak to win. The Greek Freak wins. Dream Fair Arnie B was second, then Flying Even Better third. Living the Beach Life fourth in 149-1. There's your top 5, 3, 8, 4, 7, 10. Coming back to Victory Lane, here is the winner of tonight's 10th race. It's number 3, the Greek Freak, 7-year-old son of Captain Treacherous, out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Mare 30X, owned by Gino Toscani of Mount Hope. Trained by Gary Murner, driven victory by Tyler Jones. Second win this year from 23 tries, career win number 16. It is the Greek Freak. He goes over $500,000 in career earnings with that score, and a speedy one it was. The Greek Freak in the finale. 149-1, that goes down as a career best. The Greek Freak paid $5.60 to win, $2 exact to $19.30, trifecta dollar ticket $69.50, superfecta for $1, $175.95, jackpot high $5 winning tickets paid $1,068.35. Multiple winning tickets there means a carryover again. That'll go to Monday night, $230,000 plus. The $2 consolation double 1-1 returned $4. The $2 daily double, 1 and 3, paid $20.40. Dollar pick 3, $44.40. Dollar pick 4, $139.65. And the dollar pick 5, $709.70. That's going to wrap things up for tonight's live action from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Thanks again for joining us, not only tonight, but all week long. Hope you'll join us Monday. Racing returns at 7:10 p.m. Here they come. And they're off. Good beginning. First away down the center, fires out, flying even better. Leaving inside of him is the Greek Freak. Speed up on the far outside ×2 as both Dream Fair Arnie B and Frankie tee off. Flying even better, shot to the early lead. Under attack from Dream Fair Arnie B as Drury mats it with him. And here comes Dream Fair Arnie B sweeping up to find the front. Back into second, flying even better. Jones sat in for the first quarter, but he sits ahead for the next one. 26-3 that opening quarter, and it's Dream Fair Arnie B on that lead, coming under pressure as the Greek Freak is up and driving to take him on. Back into third is flying even better. A wild first half coming up here. The boys are rolling in the finale. The Greek Freak on the outside, sweeping to the front. Back into second, Dream Fair Arnie B. Then third inside, flying even better. Frankie gap 3 lengths back into fourth. 53-4. Wild first half speed there. Popped out of fifth comes Stonecarver. Picking up his cover, Living the Beach Life. Then inside is Toronto. From the backfield, sometime, somewhere. And Respect Our Flag at the inside with 3/8 to go as the trailer. On to 3/4 now. And it's the Greek Freak. Favored leads the way. Pressure from Dream Fair Arnie B is coming as he pulls pocket right now for Drury. Then it's back into third to flying even better. In at the rail fourth, Frankie. 3/4 in 122 into the stretch. And it's the Greek Freak still there with the lead. Dream Fair Arnie B pulls pocket and goes on the attack. Coming up to 7/8. The Greek Freak. Dream Fair Arnie B trying to track him down late. The Greek Freak digs in. Dream Fair Arnie B just not quitting. Deep stretch. The Greek Freak battles on. It's the Greek Freak to win. The Greek Freak wins. Dream Fair Arnie B was second, then flying even better third. Living the Beach Life fourth in 149-1.
To a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.